Scribd Audio presents The Power of Your Attitude by Stan Toler. Read for you by Kevin Charles. Dedication to my granddaughter, Clara Jane Toler. Why you need this book. Many people are trapped in negative thinking that produces fear, failure, and unhappiness. Though they may long for greater achievements, better relationships, and happier lives, they're mired in a spiral of negative thinking, complaining, and self-fulfilling prophecies. Sadly, many give up even wishing for change and settle for a life that's boring and unfulfilling. If that describes you, I have great news. It doesn't have to be that way. The secret to a happier and more successful life is not to change your circumstances, you often can't, or to control what others do, you never can. It's to change the one thing over which you have absolute authority, your attitude. It's been proven time and time again that people with a positive outlook are happier and more successful and have greater career satisfaction and a better self-image. The reason for this is simple. Your attitude has incredible power to shape your life. Negative thinkers see negativity, think negative thoughts, and develop negative habits. Not surprisingly, they feel worse about themselves, enjoy less success, and experience less joy in life. Positive thinkers see possibilities, choose to pursue them, and more easily bounce back from failure. They have more energy and hope and encounter more opportunities. Both types of thinkers live in the same world, but those who have a positive attitude leverage a power that enables them to move through life with greater joy and satisfaction. Through the pages of this book, I'll share with you the lessons I've learned about positive psychology and the power of a positive attitude to transform your life for the better. Many of these lessons came from the most positive thinker I've ever known, my dad. Though he passed away when I was just 11 years old, he modeled for me the 7 critical choices that have shaped my entire life. I want to share those insights with you. Through this book, you will recognize the incredible, often unnoticed power of attitude in every area of life. Be inspired to believe that change is possible, regardless of the circumstances. Be confident of your ability to implement change through simple, practical strategies. Leverage the power of positive mental choices. Gain courage for dealing with disappointment and failure. Become a happier, more successful person. If you're thinking that's too good to be true, let me assure you it's not. This isn't magic or wishful thinking. I'll share with you the proven principles that have been tested not only by my own experience, but by a host of scientific research. These chapters will provide real-life examples of the power of attitude, create a sense of urgency in you for personal change, demonstrate the positive effect of choosing joy, gratitude, kindness, hope, and other virtues, teach practical strategies for implementing personal life. I'm eager to share these life lessons with you. I believe you have the power to make positive life choices, choose a positive outlook, and transform your life from stuck to spectacular. You can do this. The gift of a great attitude. I was born in Welch, West Virginia, a small city in the heart of Appalachia. Welch is the seat of McDowell County, the most productive coal mining area in the state. When I was a child, McDowell County mines such as Coalwood, Flat Top, Pocahontas, and Williams produced millions of tons of coal each year, setting production records for the entire nation. If you've seen the movie October Sky, which is set just down the road in Coalwood, you've had a glimpse of the place where I came from. Our family lived in a tiny 3-bedroom home nestled against Baileysville Mountain. Not surprisingly, my father, William Aaron Toler, was a coal miner. He went to work underground every day, and some of my earliest memories are of Dad coming home, his face streaked with sweat and his clothing caked with coal dust. During the winter months, he would leave the house long before sunrise and work until after dark. He would go for days, sometimes weeks at a time, without seeing daylight. Dad worked hard every day to provide a living for Mom, my two little brothers, Mark and Terry, and me. Though McDowell County was rich in resources, it wasn't a prosperous place. Quite the opposite, in fact. Welch was the poorest city in America at that time. After John F. Kennedy visited the area while running for president in 1960, he noted, "McDowell County mines more coal than it ever has in its history, probably more coal than any county in the United States, and yet there are more people getting surplus food packages in McDowell County than any county in the United States." To say that our family was poor, as we understand poverty today, wouldn't adequately convey the conditions in which we lived. Our tiny home had limited electricity and no running water. We carried water from the well every day, and our bathroom was a one-seat privy located out back. Our heat came from a single pot-bellied stove fed with coal from the same mine where Dad worked. For electronic entertainment, my brothers and I would watch the black-and-white TV in the furniture section of the Wyoming Company store during our weekly visits to town. Mining has always been a dangerous business, and it was especially so in those days. In the 1940s, more than 1,100 miners lost their lives on the job every single year. My dad had his back broken 3 times in the mines before he was 30 years old, and he was beginning to suffer from the dreaded black lung disease. I can still remember him sitting in our small kitchen during the evening, coughing up black coal dust into a snow-white handkerchief while my brothers and I played around his feet. Yet Dad was both a hard worker and a forward thinker, and he realized that things wouldn't improve for our family as long as he kept working in the mines. The coal industry had peaked after World War II, and McDowell County was losing jobs and people every year. Physically, the work was demanding and dangerous, and Dad saw that it was time to get out. So our family moved to Ohio in search of a better life. We settled in the city of Columbus with high hopes for a brighter future. Things didn't turn around right away, however, and Dad went several months without finding work. As a result, our family went from poor to destitute, and we depended on the generosity of Fifth Avenue Church for survival. Those good people fed and clothed us for months until Dad was able to find a job. I'll be forever grateful for the kindness they showed to my family. Eventually, Dad found employment with a construction company, and we were all elated. The whole family was excited to have more money for food and occasional special treats. We ate a lot of pinto beans and fried bologna, but we were happy. Dad had a job, Mom was content, and my brothers and I were doing well in our new school. Everything seemed back to normal. Actually, better than the normal we had known up to that point. Then one Monday morning, Dad went to work and never returned home. Having escaped the harrowing dangers of the coal mine, he was electrocuted in a tragic on-the-job accident. Our family was devastated. At the tender age of 11, I was thrust into a leadership role in my family. Mom had her hands more than full trying to provide for us, and I helped out as best I could by looking after my brothers. My father's death had a profound impact on my mind and heart. I had a strong faith in God, even as a child, but losing my father seemed to be only the latest in a string of family disasters, as I'll share in more detail later. I was deeply shaken. Several years later, I headed off to college, attending what's now Ohio Christian University. I was excited to begin life on my own, but still felt heaviness in my spirit. Without realizing it, I'd developed a negative outlook on life. And who could have blamed me? Life had been less than fair during my first 18 years. Not many good things had come my way, and I no longer expected them to. One day at college, I was having lunch in the cafeteria with a newfound friend by the name of John C. Maxwell. You may know John as an internationally recognized expert in the field of leadership and the author of dozens of best-selling books on the subject. But that day, he was just a college senior who had taken me, a lowly freshman, under his wing. John's father, Dr. Melvin Maxwell, was president of the college, and he noticed us sitting together at lunch and stopped by the table. "How would you fellows like to skip classes tomorrow?" he asked. Naturally, we were all ears. Both of us were up for anything that would provide a legitimate excuse to get out of school. Dr. Maxwell invited us to attend a positive mental attitude rally being held the next day in Dayton. We eagerly agreed to go, though for my part, it was mostly as a way to get off campus for the day. The next morning, we crowded into the University of Dayton Arena, brand new at the time, to hear some of the greatest inspirational speakers of the day. It was a thrilling experience to hear the likes of W. Clement Stone, who popularized the line, "What the mind of man can conceive and believe, it can achieve," and Earl Nightingale, who spoke thrillingly on Russell Conwell's theme, "Acres of Diamonds." We heard the great Zig Ziglar, who spoke about the fact that if you put garbage into your mind, you'll get garbage out. The capstone of the day was the last speaker, Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, author of the well-known book, The Power of Positive Thinking. He opened my mind to fresh new possibilities and deeply impacted my life. I'd attended the event mostly on a lark, but what I heard truly inspired me. That rally marked the beginning of a profound change in me, for it was there that I discovered the incredible power of one's attitude upon behavior, happiness, future prospects, relationships, everything in life. As we made our way back to campus, I was mostly silent, thinking about the many things I'd heard. For the next several weeks, I immersed myself in the principles I'd been introduced to at the rally. I was dealing with lingering effects of difficult things in my background, the death of my father, trying to be the leader in my home, helping my mom and my two younger brothers, my poverty-stricken upbringing, plus the current stress of becoming an adult and seeking a career. It all seemed overwhelming, yet I realized I was facing a critical choice. I could either allow these difficulties to dominate my life, causing me to be pessimistic, negative, and bitter, or I could choose to have a positive mental attitude that would set a new direction for my future. I could see there was no middle ground between the two. We create our future, for better or worse, by choosing our outlook. Your attitude really does have that much power in your life. I chose to have a positive attitude despite having lost my father at a young age and having grown up in abject poverty. That choice has made all the difference for me. I've had a successful career and a fantastic marriage, been privileged to be called dad by two great boys, and been blessed with two beautiful daughters-in-law and 5 grandchildren. Plus, I've enjoyed a quality of life my dad never experienced. Realizing those blessings, I'm convinced that none of this would have been possible had I not had the courage to choose a positive attitude and a vibrant faith early in my life. The same can be true for you. I realize you may not be a young person just starting out in life. You've lived longer, had harder knocks, and perhaps entered the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th quarter of your life. You may read my story and think, "That's nothing. I've suffered far worse." I have no doubt that's true. Yet no matter what stage of life you're in, or what your circumstances may be, you can create a brighter future by harnessing the incredible power of a positive attitude. Is this simplistic happy talk? Not at all. As we'll discover, your thoughts have incredible power. Power you're not fully aware of. They literally become reality, shaping your present and your future. When you make the 7 positive choices outlined in this book, you'll experience an amazing change in how you feel, your energy level, your motivation, and your circumstances. When you take control of your attitude, you take control of your life and create a better tomorrow. Over the months and years that followed my decision to choose a positive attitude, I reflected often on the things I'd heard at that rally in Dayton, and I began to see I wasn't the only member of my family who'd chosen to have a positive outlook. As I thought about my dad, which I did nearly every day, I realized he was one of the most optimistic, positive-thinking people I'd ever known. Though speakers like Zig Ziglar and Norman Vincent Peale had provided terminology for my positive outlook, Dad had modeled it for the 11 years we had together. I'd gained my positive attitude from him, though it was nearly choked out of me when he passed away. I determined never to let the great gift my father had given me slip away. To help me remember and hold on, I began a practice which I've continued to this day. One of Dad's few possessions was an old Timex watch. Years ago, those rugged, inexpensive timepieces were marketed with the slogan, "It takes a licking and keeps on ticking." That motto seemed like a perfect summary of Dad's life. He had been through a great deal and was still able to smile. I resolved to wear Dad's watch every Monday as a reminder of his life and the positive lessons he had taught me. Dad had purchased that watch for just $2 in 1962, and it keeps perfect time to this day. As I wear it, I recall the many gifts he gave me through his buoyant optimism, gracious humility, unrelenting generosity, and effervescent joy. With this book, I'd like to share those gifts with you. I hope they'll become as powerful a force in your life as they have been in mine. As we reflect on the gift my father gave me, we'll learn together a positive attitude. First, you'll discover why your attitude has so much power over your life. Part 1 of this book will show you why it's critical to gain control of your attitude in order to gain control of your life. You'll learn how your attitude exerts power in 5 critical aspects of your life: thoughts, words, actions, habits, and choices. This section will inspire you to change your thoughts and thereby change your life. Second, you'll learn what needs to change inside you. Part 2 introduces 7 critical choices that every person makes with regard to their attitude, whether they're aware of them or not. These 7 choices exert power in your life and shape it for better or worse. You'll see that happy, productive people choose a positive response in each of the 7 areas, resulting in 7 specific character traits: hope, humility, gratitude, generosity, kindness, joy, and perseverance. These are the gifts my father gave me, and the gifts I hope to give you. In this section, you'll become aware of the specific choices you need to make in your thinking to bring about change in your life. Third, you'll learn how to implement the 7 positive choices in your life. Change doesn't come easily. Reversing years of negative thought and behavior patterns will take time and effort, but it can be done. In Part 3, you'll gain a clear action plan for the 3 contexts that make or break your attitude choices: your mind, personal habits, and relationships. In this section, you'll be equipped to make positive attitude changes in your life. Are you ready? Let's get started. Part 1. The power of your attitude. Your attitude determines your destiny. Your attitude is the basic lens or frame through which you see yourself, the world, and other people. You can have a positive attitude or a negative one, and you'll see the world accordingly. A very wise man once said, "Your eye is a lamp that provides light for your body. When your eye is good, your whole body is filled with light. But when your eye is bad, your whole body is filled with darkness. And if the light you think you have is actually darkness, how deep that darkness is." In other words, the way you look at things, your eye, will shape the course of your life for better or worse. The good news is that you can have a positive attitude that shapes your life in positive ways. In this section, you'll discover the 5 critical ways that your attitude exerts power in your life: thought, word, action, habit, choice. In the next 5 chapters, you'll discover why your attitude matters so much in determining your future. You'll see the incredible power of the mind in shaping your life and your happiness. And remember, you have the power to choose your attitude. Chapter 1. The Power of Thoughts. Your thoughts shape your identity. Your first step forward in harnessing the power of a positive attitude is to believe that your attitude actually does exert incredible influence over every aspect of your life. What you think shapes your identity, literally determining the kind of person you'll be and the things you'll do. The people who achieve their goals, enjoy success, and seem to be happy despite their circumstances didn't get that way by accident. They chose to have a positive outlook, and that choice shaped everything else about them. Likewise, the people who drift through life complaining that nothing good ever happens have also made a choice. They interpret their circumstances through the lens of a negative attitude. Everything looks bad to them, and it becomes bad. You may be thinking, well, some things really are bad, and you're right. People face difficult, even heartbreaking trials every day. Yet some people emerge from those events contented, peaceful, and determined to move forward, while others seem to wither away. The only difference is their attitude. In the same way, many people experience wonderful things like a great job, a loving family, and good health, but nothing ever seems to satisfy them. They're always unhappy because they choose to be. Charles Swindoll, the highly acclaimed teacher and author, put it this way: "The longer I live, the more I realize the impact of attitude on life." Attitude, to me, is more important than facts. It is more important than the past, than education, than money, than circumstances, than failures, than successes, than what other people think or say or do. I'm convinced that life is 10% what happens to me and 90% how I react to it. And so it is with you. We are in charge of our attitudes. You have the power to choose your response to any situation, and in that power lies the ability to control your identity, your happiness, and many aspects of your future. You're in charge of the most powerful force in your life, your attitude. You have the power to choose. If you still doubt that what truly shapes your life is your attitude, not your circumstances, let me give you a stunning example of the power of attitude that comes from the latter days of the Second World War. You know that the Nazis imprisoned many people in concentration camps, notably a large population of Jewish people, also many people of other races, religions, and political persuasions. These prisoners faced grueling hardships. Many were slaughtered by their captors, and many others died of disease or starvation. Confinement in a concentration camp was a virtual death sentence. During the war, a young Jewish psychiatrist from Vienna, Austria, was deported to the Theresienstadt concentration camp in what's now the Czech Republic, along with his entire family. Viktor Frankl and his wife Tilly were later transported to the infamous Auschwitz concentration camp and finally moved to the Dachau camp system, where he spent 7 months, mostly working as a slave laborer. Frankl's mother and brother died at Auschwitz. Tilly was moved to the Bergen-Belsen camp, where she died. Viktor Frankl describes the conditions he and others endured in his book Man's Search for Meaning. Living amid such suffering and cruelty, every day a fight for food and survival, never knowing whether they would survive the war, people chose various responses to their circumstances. Some joined in the cruelty, surviving the camp's privations by stealing from others or cooperating with their captors. Others simply gave up and died. But some were able to choose a different path, living with dignity and hope even when that meant sacrificing themselves for others. After enduring the suffering in these camps, Frankl concluded that even in the most painful, disorienting, and dehumanizing situation, life has meaning. We who lived in concentration camps can remember the men who walked through the huts comforting others, giving away their last piece of bread. They may have been few in number, but they offer sufficient proof that everything can be taken from a man but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way. Interestingly, the original German title of Viktor Frankl's book was Trotzdem Ja zum Leben sagen, which means saying yes to life in spite of everything. That's the power you have to say yes, no matter what happens. You cannot choose what happens to you, but you can choose how you respond to it. You have the power to adopt a positive outlook, and that power can change virtually everything about your life. How negative thinking harms you. Before we go further, it's important for you to understand what's at stake in the matter of choosing a positive attitude. This goes far beyond simplistic outcomes like seeing a glass half empty or half full. When you choose a negative outlook on life, you open yourself to a vast range of negative consequences. Possibly you're living with some of these results right now, and they're holding you back from joy, from opportunities, from relationships, or even earning more money. What's at stake? Here are a few of the results of living with a negative outlook. You feel helpless. Negative thinking traps you in a victim mentality, which is incredibly disempowering. Negative thinkers tend to see other people as in control of the world. As a result, negative thinkers always feel helpless. Other people always get the raise. Other people always get the opportunities. Other people always succeed. Negative thinkers develop a helpless outlook on life that keeps them rooted in place. They never change because they don't think they can. Age-old wisdom from the book of Proverbs confirms this point. The lazy person claims, "There's a lion out there. If I go outside, I might be killed." If you think the worst in every situation, you'll prevent yourself from taking any action whatsoever. You lack energy. Negative thinking takes an immediate toll on one of your most important assets, your energy level. If you're one of those people whose mood is affected by a lack of sunshine, called seasonal affective disorder, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. On cloudy days, you just feel kind of blah. Everything else may be fine, but if the sun isn't shining, you have to fight the urge to lie down and take a nap. That's exactly what negative thinking does to you. It brings you down mentally, emotionally, and even physically. When you think negatively, you get a deflated feeling in your stomach. You sigh a lot. You don't feel like doing much. As a result, you must fight a battle with yourself every morning and probably throughout the day to keep your focus and maintain your concentration. Negative thinking saps your strength. You suffer physically and emotionally. Study after study has shown the link between optimism and positive health outcomes, and between pessimism and negative health changes. Your mind and body really are connected. While positive thoughts generally fade in time, negative thoughts cling to you like mold on stale bread. Think about it. Which do you remember more vividly? The time when you made the winning run in your Little League game? Or the time you struck out with the bases loaded? When you welcome negative thinking, it's like allowing weeds to take root in your mind and body. The effect of living with bad memories, pessimism, cynicism, doubt, anger, and other negative thoughts can literally kill you. If you're wondering why you're down or discouraged all the time, it may have to do with your outlook on life. Obviously, clinical depression is something else, a condition that can be medically treated. But if you're suffering a serious loss of energy, experiencing sadness, and seeing negative health changes, you might need a change in attitude. You miss opportunities. Everyone is drawn to positive people. You know that from your own experience at parties, family gatherings, school, or work. It's more pleasant to be around people who smile, say a cheery hello, and pitch in to lend a hand. The opposite is true as well. Nobody likes to be around negative people. When people complain, naysay, criticize others, and constantly find fault with their circumstances, friends and coworkers begin to quietly avoid that person. As a result, negative thinkers miss out on new assignments, promotions, partnerships, and other opportunities. And here's the real problem. You never know it's happening. Most negative thinkers are unaware of the effect their mental habits have on themselves, let alone others. If you're a negative thinker, you may be completely unaware of what you're missing. You limit relationships. If you're a chronic negative thinker, your attitude is costing you relationships, something far more valuable than money. As I've already noted, people always enjoy being around a positive person, but nobody likes to be around a pessimist. Actually, that's not quite true. There are people who enjoy the company of a pessimist. Other pessimists. Complaining, fault-finding, and griping drive away all but the most negative of thinkers. So when you make negative thinking a lifestyle, you limit yourself relationally. You'll lose friends and may even lose contact with some family members who simply can't tolerate continual negative thinking. And again, you may never know this is happening. Negative thinkers seldom perceive the effect of their presence on others. If you can identify with any of those side effects of negative thinking, you're getting a glimpse of just how much a negative attitude can cost you. It affects everything from your employment to your relationships, even your physical health. You're seeing the truth of it now. Your attitude really does have the power to shape your life. The good news is that a positive attitude has that same power to an even greater degree. When you adopt a positive attitude, you'll experience a wide range of beneficial results. A positive attitude brings positive results. Though the correlation between positive thinking and positive results has been observed for centuries, sociologist Robert K. Merton formalized the idea when he coined the term self-fulfilling prophecy. Merton wrote, "The self-fulfilling prophecy is, in the beginning, a false definition of the situation, evoking a new behavior which makes the original false conception come true." You've experienced this before, no doubt, or seen it in action. A rookie basketball player unexpectedly gets to start in the big game. With seconds left on the clock, he goes to the foul line for what could be the game-winning shot. His knees are trembling, his hands shaking. There's no way he can possibly calm down enough to sink the basket. So the coach wisely calls a timeout and calls the boy over. Placing a hand on his shoulder, the coach says, "You've got this. You're going to sink the shot and win this game. There's nobody I'd rather have on the line at this moment than you." The kid's face brightens, and he returns to the foul line with newfound confidence. Without hesitation, he shoots and scores, and the game's over. That's the power of a self-fulfilling prophecy. It takes a once false definition of a situation and makes it true. What Robert Merton identified is nothing more than the power of positive thinking. By thinking optimistically, by choosing a positive attitude in every situation, you unleash a power in your life. You influence yourself and others in constructive ways. As a result, you shape your reality by the thoughts you think. A positive attitude creates a positive identity. An often repeated story about the great British architect Christopher Wren tells of a time he was supervising the construction of a grand cathedral in London. A newspaper reporter decided to interview some of the workers who were constructing the magnificent building, and he chose 3 men to speak with. When he asked, "What are you doing here?" the first man replied, "I'm cutting stone for 10 shillings a day." When he asked the next man, he answered, "I'm putting in 10 hours a day on this job." But the third said, "I'm helping Sir Christopher Wren construct one of London's greatest cathedrals." When you choose a positive attitude, you create a positive identity for yourself. Are you a lackey or a trusted assistant? Are you a beleaguered single mom or a strong, empowered woman? Are you a defeated business person who can't seem to get a break? Or are you an energetic, innovative entrepreneur closing in on success? The answer is up to you. It lies completely within your power to define your identity. You are what you think you are, and you can become whatever you believe you can be. A positive attitude improves your health. Also, I've already noted the connection between mind and body, and I'd like to emphasize this again. When you adopt a positive attitude toward life, you'll have a positive impact on your health. But don't take my word for that. A team of researchers who studied more than 5,000 workers concluded that people with a highly optimistic life orientation experience daily events in a more positive way and expect more positive outcomes than pessimists. They noted highly optimistic individuals appear to attract supportive social relationships, use adaptive coping strategies, and have different health habits than pessimists. The research suggests that a positive outlook reduces the risk of health problems after experiencing a negative life event and promotes faster recovery. You aren't imagining it. When you think more positively, you actually do feel better. A positive attitude creates possibilities. I love the story of a man who approached a Little League baseball game one afternoon and watched the kids playing ball. He asked a boy in one team's dugout what the score was. 18-0, the boy said. They're winning. Wow, said the onlooker. I bet you're discouraged. The boy looked mystified. Why should I be? He said. We haven't even gotten up to bat yet. When you believe you're defeated, you almost certainly will be. But when you believe that anything is possible, something probably will be. Opportunities come to the person who looks for them, who believes that no situation is hopeless and that some good result is bound to occur. When you adopt a positive outlook, you create your own possibilities. This was more eloquently declared in a statement widely attributed to the great Indian leader Mahatma Gandhi, who helped lead his country to independence from a century of British rule. Man often becomes what he believes himself to be. If I keep on saying to myself that I cannot do a certain thing, it is possible that I may end by really becoming incapable of doing it. On the contrary, if I have the belief that I can do it, I shall surely acquire the capacity to do it even if I may not have it at the beginning. When you believe in possibilities, you'll begin to see them everywhere. So by adopting a positive outlook, you actually change your future. Things become possible for you that wouldn't have been otherwise. Your positive thinking shapes your world for the better. A positive attitude wins friends. As researchers in the study noted above point out, optimistic people attract supporting social networks. That's scientific proof that happy people more easily win friends and influence people, as if we needed proof of that. Intuitively, you know this is true, and it's vitally important for creating a positive future because we all need friends, associates, and teammates in order to achieve our goals and live a happy, productive life. When you adopt a positive attitude, you'll begin to gather like-minded people around you. You'll find yourself surrounded by positive thinkers, doers, and high achievers, and they'll inspire, encourage, and help you, both with the problems you face in life and with the dreams you hope to fulfill. Adopting a positive attitude is the first step to building the momentum you need to move into the future you'd like to create for yourself. Simple ways to get started. Clearly, there are a lot of benefits to choosing a positive attitude, but how do you do that? If you're like I was during my early years, weighed down by life and a series of negative circumstances, finding a silver lining may seem like wishful thinking. Let me assure you that it isn't. Here are some practical first steps toward moving yourself from the negative column to a positive outlook. Recognize negative thinking. First, recognize negative thinking in yourself. This can be difficult to do because negative thinking can become the hard wiring in your brain. Without realizing it, you may filter everything you see and hear through this grid of negativity. To help you recognize that, here are two simple things you can do. First, ask for outside help. Find someone you trust, someone who will tell you the truth, to assess your attitude. You may need to give this person permission to be completely candid with you because they may fear offending or upsetting you. But if you really want to know where negative thinking affects your outlook on life, your thinking about the future, your relationships, or any other area, you'll need someone to hold up the mirror, so to speak, and let you see yourself clearly. Find someone you trust and ask them, would you say I'm an optimist or a pessimist? Where do you see negative thinking in my life? Second, make a searching self-appraisal of your thoughts. This may be easier to do once you've gotten some clues to your thinking from an objective friend. You may find it helpful to block out some time for this, an hour or even a whole day. Think specifically about these areas of life. Your reactions to stressful situations, your tolerance for change, your willingness to take risks, your feelings about meeting new people, your self-image, your patterns of speech, your first reactions to news or announcements. Briefly write an assessment of your current outlook on life. Note where it's positive and be completely honest about the areas in which you're subject to negative thinking. Don't try to explain or justify your reactions. Remember, nobody is accusing you of anything, so there's no need to be defensive about how you feel or how you look at life. Simply state reality. If you're able to recognize negativity in your thinking, you'll be able to deal with it. If you're unwilling or unable to see when and how you think negatively, you won't ever change. Resolve to take action. When Jesus met a man who had been lame for 38 years, he asked what would seem to be a ridiculous question. Do you want to get well? Who wouldn't want to get well? However, Jesus was probing the man's thinking to find out how serious he was about dealing with his problem. Jesus wanted to know if he had the resolve to do something about it, or perhaps was content to be helpless. Many people are. Negative thinking can feel like a warm blanket, safe and familiar. It seems comforting to believe that your life isn't changing because it can't, or because that's just the way it is. Those negative thoughts can be all the excuse we need to remain passive. That's why making the resolve to change is a necessary first step toward improving your outlook. Do you want to have a positive attitude? Resolve to do whatever it takes to make that change. Practice displacement. In part 3 of this book, I'll give you a simple, practical plan for renewing your thinking. I've also written an entire book on this subject titled Rethink Your Life, a unique diet for the mind. Chapter 6. Believe it will all work out. Choose hope. My earliest memories from childhood all center on the same place, the tiny 3-room house where my family lived on the side of Baileysville Mountain in West Virginia. We got our water from a nearby well, and we kept warm in the winter with the help of our hard-working pot-bellied stove, which ran on the same coal my father mined. Since we had no indoor plumbing, we had no bathroom, just a well-worn path to the outhouse. The Toler residence was anything but fancy, but Dad kept the place in great shape. Mom put wonderful, simple meals on the table, and my brothers and I had no end of adventure on the nearby mountainside. As the saying goes, there really is no place like home. Saturday mornings were the highlight of the week for my brothers and me because that's when our family headed for the Wyoming Company store to obtain provisions for the week. There were no big box discount stores in those days, but the Wyoming Company store came close. This all-purpose department store carried everything from groceries to hardware, but we boys were more interested in what we would now call the electronics department, which displayed an assortment of black and white television sets and old-style radios, the kind powered by vacuum tubes. While Mom and Dad stretched their few dollars as far as they could, Mark, Terry, and I kept up on the adventures of Sky King on a Philco console television. We knew Mom and Dad could never afford such a luxury, but at least we got to enjoy it once a week. Each of those Saturday visits was a special treat for us. That made it even more shocking when we returned home from one outing to find our tiny home engulfed in flames. Our house and nearly all our few possessions were vanishing before our eyes. We leaped from the car and ran to the well, but Dad quickly realized that a bucket brigade could not stop the raging flames. I felt helpless, sick to my stomach, and afraid. Where would we live? Where would I sleep? What could we do to recover from this? I felt hopeless. The house burned so quickly that we soon found ourselves standing around a smoldering pile of ashes. Neighbors who had seen the flames had begun to arrive, offering moral support and, thankfully, material assistance. Though I was still terrified about what would come next, I vividly recall how my father's words at that moment gave me a sense of peace. Dad, always a natural leader, put his arm around Pastor Grindstaff, who had come to offer support, and quoted a paraphrase of Job 1:21. "The Lord giveth, and the Lord taketh away. Blessed be the name of the Lord." The tension I'd been feeling began to ease. I felt better somehow, but wasn't sure why. Years later, I came to understand the importance of what my father had done that day and the tremendously positive outlook required to do it. In the face of a devastating loss, my father had chosen to believe in a positive future. In a moment when there was absolutely no reason to think so, he chose to believe that things would get better, that our family wouldn't just survive, but thrive. On that day, Dad gave me the gift of hope. Hope is faith in the future. Hope is the foundation of a positive attitude. This is the basic building block for all other choices you'll make regarding your attitude, and it's also the dividing line between positive and negative thinkers. When you step across that line to choose hope, you take the vital first step to developing a positive attitude. What is hope? Simply put, hope is faith in the future. It's the belief that the future will be brighter than the past, that good really is stronger than evil, that we're capable of building a better life for ourselves and our children. Hope is the belief that it'll all work out, even when the situation seems, hopeless. Hope is a choice you make based on your foundational belief about the nature of the world, an emotion you feel that enables you to persevere, a gift you give to others who are suffering, a source of strength. The opposite of hope is despair. Despair is the ultimate destination of negative thinking, or the victim mentality, which we've seen in previous chapters. Despair is the belief that things cannot and will not get better, that the current circumstances cannot be overcome, that the past is stronger than the future, that people cannot change, that we're powerless to affect the outcome of our lives. How depressing. When you make the decision to have hope, and it's a choice you make, you choose a positive outlook that will carry you through the darkest times you'll ever face. Conviction is the source of hope. Many people think all positive thinking is naive, or that it's based on our wishes for the future rather than reality. Pessimists often claim to be more realistic than optimists because they see things as they really are. Life is hard. People can be cruel. There are no guarantees. Bad things happen. While all that is undoubtedly true, does that mean positive thinking is mere wishing? Absolutely not. A positive attitude is based on a positive belief about the world, just as a negative attitude is based on a negative belief about the world. The pessimist is suspicious of people because she believes people are out to get her. The optimist is willing to trust because she believes all people are capable of doing good. The negative thinker is unwilling to risk because he thinks the world is bad and getting worse. The positive thinker is willing to start a new venture because he believes the world is a good place and getting better. It's true that both bad and good things happen. There have been and are brutal wars, terrible crimes, natural disasters, and dreaded diseases. Yet there have also been remarkable scientific discoveries, dramatic breakthroughs in medical treatment, and stunning acts of kindness toward others. Why should we choose to believe that the worst will happen when a good result is clearly also possible? Why should we choose despair when we can choose hope? Perhaps no single incident illustrates the power of goodness better than the case of Maximilian Kolbe, which took place during one of the darkest chapters of recent history. Father Kolbe was a Polish priest who died as prisoner 16770 in the Auschwitz concentration camp on August 14, 1941. The Nazi regime, then at the height of its power, had imprisoned hundreds of thousands of people in concentration camps, notably Jews, but also political prisoners and others who were considered undesirable. Father Kolbe and his brother monks in the monastery at Niepokalanów sheltered some 2,000 Jews from the Nazis, but he was later arrested for publishing anti-Nazi material and eventually placed in the Auschwitz death camp. After a prisoner escaped from the camp, the Nazis selected 10 men to be killed by starvation as a punishment for the escape. One of the men selected, Franciszek Gajowniczek, cried out, "My wife, my children, I will never see them again." Hearing that, Father Kolbe stepped forward and asked to die in the man's place. His request was granted. After 2 weeks of dehydration and starvation in an underground bunker, Father Kolbe was the last survivor of the 10 men. Having lived long enough to shepherd each of the others through their agonizing death experience, the priest was killed by lethal injection. Father Kolbe's story vividly illustrates the fact that goodness triumphs over evil, and that no matter how bad things are, good can result. Set against the backdrop of the deadliest and most brutal period of world history, Father Kolbe's heroic act shines all the more brightly. No wonder Pope John Paul II referred to Maximilian Kolbe as the patron of our difficult century. Based on the evidence I've seen, it takes a great deal more faith to believe that evil will triumph over good than that good will somehow result from difficulty. I'm a positive thinker, not because I'm naive about the state of the world, but because I'm a realist. I see the sun come up every morning. I watch the earth renewed in the springtime. I know that goodness always triumphs eventually. As a believer in a good and loving God who's directly involved in the world, positive thinking comes naturally to me. Regardless of your personal beliefs, a positive outlook stems from a basic conviction that goodness, renewal, and human dignity cannot be defeated. I'm fond of a saying, "It will all work out," precisely because it always does. Begin your journey to a positive attitude by admitting this foundational truth. Good things are always possible. Hope requires anticipation. Father Kolbe's story also illustrates an important aspect of hope and, by extension, all positive thinking. Hope is necessary only when things are at their worst. No child hopes for a Christmas present on December 26th. By then, he already has one. The time for anticipation is in the days leading up to Christmas. In the same way, we don't hope for peace when peace is present already, and we don't hope for a better job when we've just received a promotion and a raise. We don't hope for the things we have. We hope for the things we don't have. Anyone can be an optimist when things are going well. It's when things are going poorly that you need a rock-solid belief that it will all work out. That's why I love a story I've often heard from Dr. Melvin Maxwell. It's about 2 boys who were twins. One, an incurable optimist, the other a die-hard pessimist. The boys' parents noticed differences in their temperaments and took them to a psychologist for evaluation. The doctor observed them and concluded that he could change their outlook and therefore their behavior. The psychologist placed the pessimistic child in a room filled with all the toys any boy could want. He put the optimistic boy in a room filled with horse manure. That should adjust their attitudes, he stated confidently. A video camera placed in each room allowed the doctor and parents to observe both children. Contrary to all expectations, the pessimistic child continued to have a dour attitude, complaining that he had nobody to play with. Surrounded by all the good things in life, he continued to see the world in a negative light. Then the psychologist and parents looked in on the optimistic child. They were amazed to find him digging through the manure. The psychologist ran into the room and asked what on earth the boy was doing. He said, "With all this manure, there's got to be a pony in there somewhere." To have real hope is to be hopeful, even when things appear to be hopeless. Otherwise, it's not hope at all. Anyone should be able to feel hopeful and positive when they have money in the bank, a great marriage, perfect health, and a stress-free life. It takes a genuinely positive outlook to be hopeful when things are bleak. Hopeful people see possibilities in every situation, no matter how bleak. Negative thinkers see problems where they should see celebrations. Choose hope. You don't need it when you're in a room filled with toys, but in a room full of manure, it sure comes in handy. Despair ruins your life. Choosing to hope isn't merely a feel-good strategy, a way to console yourself instead of doing something about your problems. Hope is essential for life. Negative thinkers often believe they're merely insulating themselves from disappointment by expecting the worst. They expect it to rain on their parade so that they won't be disappointed when it's stormy on Independence Day. They predict that they'll fail to make the basketball team because they're secretly afraid to get their hopes up. There's a kind of comfort in being able to say, "See, I told you so," when things go poorly. However, that negative thinking carries devastating side effects, as we've already seen. The worst of them is this: it leads to despair. Without hope, you'll not only fail to achieve your full potential, you'll also doom yourself to unhappiness, failure, and perhaps even tragic results. It has been reported that a number of years ago, researchers performed an experiment to see the effect hope has on those undergoing hardship. 2 sets of laboratory rats were placed in separate tubs of water. The researchers left one set in the water and found that within an hour they'd all drowned. The other rats were periodically lifted out of the water and then returned. When that happened, the second set of rats swam for more than 24 hours. Why? Not because they were given a rest, but because they suddenly had hope. Those animals somehow hoped that if they could stay afloat just a little longer, someone would reach down and rescue them. If hope and despair are such powerful forces for unthinking rodents, how much greater will be the effect on our lives? When you lose hope, you lose your reason to continue fighting. At that point, you become powerless to create change. When you choose hope, you choose to believe that there will be a future and that it will be brighter than today. It's your positive, hopeful attitude that makes this bright future possible. Hope is tremendously empowering. That's why Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. rightly observed, "Everything that is done in the world is done by hope. Hope makes things possible." Choose hope. 2 women who dramatically embody the power of hope are Gina DeJesus and Amanda Berry, 2 young women from Cleveland, Ohio, who were held captive for more than a decade, along with Michelle Knight, by a man named Ariel Castro. For Amanda Berry, the ordeal began on April 21, 2003, the day before her 17th birthday, when she accepted the offer of a ride from a schoolmate's father, Castro, who abducted her. Berry was held captive in his home, joining Michelle Knight, who had already been held for some 8 months. Amanda Berry would be 27 years old and the mother of a 6-year-old daughter by her captor when she finally smashed through a door panel to win their freedom. A year after Berry's abduction, Castro convinced Gina DeJesus, just 14 years old, to get in his car to help find his daughter, who was a friend of hers. DeJesus spent most of her teenage years chained, first in Castro's basement and then in a small upstairs bedroom where no sunlight could penetrate the boarded-up windows. She and the other captive women often subsisted on once-a-day meals of cold, fast food. Berry and DeJesus, who tell their story in the book Hope, a memoir of survival in Cleveland, say that despite the brutal treatment by their captor and the long years of captivity, they never gave up hope. When Barry's child, born in captivity, turned 5 years old, she made a makeshift schoolroom for her in the room where they were held, a symbol of her belief that they would one day have a normal life. Incredible as it seems, these courageous young women never surrendered their hope in the future. Held captive for over a decade and subjected to unspeakable treatment, they continued to believe that somehow things would work out. On May 6, 2013, Amanda Berry kicked in a screen door and called to a neighbor for help. Her voice can be heard on a 911 call saying, "I've been kidnapped and I've been missing for 10 years and I'm here. I'm free now." The three women and Barry's 6-year-old daughter were rescued that same day. 2 years later, news reporter Susan Page interviewed Amanda and Gina and made this conclusion. What is remarkable about the pair are not the scars from their unspeakable ordeal, though there are scars, physical and psychological, but their resilience. The reporter noted that they giggle together, talk about their plans for the future, and have a tremendously positive attitude. Amanda's advice to others who may be facing this kind of ordeal: stay strong and stay positive and never give up hope. Gina adds, know you're going to have some hard times, but you can get through it. This is the power of hope. It enables you to endure. It creates possibilities. It keeps you in the game when the scoreboard tells you it should be over. Hope is the belief that no matter how bad things look, a good result is still possible. Choose to believe in goodness, in possibility, in renewal. Choose to believe in the future. Accept the gift of hope. Chapter 7. Don't take yourself too seriously. Choose humility. Coal mining has always been a dangerous way to make a living, and it was more so in the 1950s. Dad suffered a broken back on 3 occasions while digging coal from the earth. He was one of the lucky ones. During Dad's last year underground, 294 miners lost their lives on the job. That's an average of more than 5 fatalities each week. One of those fatalities was Kester McKinney, a good friend of the Toler family. The McKinneys were our neighbors, living in the same coal camp we did. In fact, the Kester McKinney's teenage daughter, Judy, often babysat for Mark, Terry, and me. The news of Mr. McKinney's death was a huge blow to everyone in our circle of friends. In those days, big companies operated quite differently from today. We're used to large corporations having well-developed human resource departments and offering a variety of services to their employees and families, such as grief counseling. Back then, such things just didn't happen. When a miner was killed, it usually fell to his co-workers to deliver the news to the family. This case was no different. I don't know whether Dad was selected by his friends to pay a call on the McKinney family, or if he simply volunteered. Neither would surprise me. He was a leader in our little community, and he would never shy away from a difficult task. In either case, he had the burden of going to the McKinney home to inform the family that their husband and father had been killed. I didn't go along, of course, but I remember it was a solemn evening in the Toler house. Dad didn't say much when he returned home that night. The one thing I do recall is hearing the well-known saying, "There but for the grace of God go I." It was a sobering moment and probably the first time I'd ever thought about my own mortality. Dad understood and quietly communicated to us that all people share this common, fragile bond called life. Little did I realize that within a year's time, Dad would pass away. Before he went, he had already passed on to his children the valued gift of humility. Recently, I had an opportunity to reconnect with some members of the McKinney family. It was great to renew old acquaintances, especially with Judy, our babysitter, from all those years ago. During our conversation, Judy mentioned her dad's passing and the fact that my father was the one who broke the news to her family. "I'll never forget that moment," she said. "Your father's tenderness and humility in talking with us touched me deeply. Dad's tears, compassion, and prayer for her family had a profound and lasting impact on her. Humility springs from a positive attitude. Humility is the ability to see your commonality with all other people. It's knowing and taking your rightful place alongside all others in the human family, neither better nor worse than the greatest or least. Many people wrongly believe that humility is a kind of poor me attitude, which sees yourself as somehow worse than others. That isn't it at all. I love this definition of humility, which I think nails the concept. Don't be selfish. Don't try to impress others. Be humble, thinking of others as better than yourselves. Don't look out only for your own interests, but take an interest in others too. That's it, exactly. Humble people don't get their ego wrapped up in everything they do. They draw healthy self-esteem from positive relationships with family and friends, so they don't need constant affirmation from everyone else. They can acknowledge their faults, admit their mistakes, and ask for forgiveness. The opposite of humility is pride, which dooms you to a life of judging yourself against others and manipulating them to give you respect or approval. The decision to choose humility is critical because it's the foundation for positive interaction with other people. Negative thinking produces a poor self-image. We've already noticed that a negative attitude produces negative results in every area of life. Negative thinking seeps into your words and actions. It manifests itself in your habits and lifestyle, and it ultimately determines your future. A scarcity mindset and a victim mentality are two of the most destructive thought patterns imaginable, and they take their toll upon your image of yourself. Remember that your thoughts shape your identity. When you think negative thoughts about the world, other people, and your future possibilities, you're really thinking negative thoughts about yourself. Negative thinkers are constantly saying to themselves, "I can't. I'm not smart enough. Other people get all the breaks. Why do bad things always happen to me?" All that adds up to a tremendously poor self-image. Negative thinking produces low self-esteem. Remember, simply thinking ill of yourself is not humility, as some people mistakenly believe. In fact, constantly putting yourself down through the subtle action of negative thinking results in another terribly destructive behavior. Negative thinkers put themselves first. We're all a bit selfish at heart. There's something in us that wants to put ourselves first and get ahead of everyone else. How else do you explain the instinct you have to step on the gas when you see someone else headed for a parking spot you had your eye on? Negative thinking puts such selfish impulse on steroids. Negative thinkers constantly have a recording in the back of their heads saying, "You're not good enough. Other people always win, and there's nothing you can do about it." That's why they're incredibly anxious to prove themselves, demonstrating to others and mostly to themselves that they have worth. That urge results in some incredibly damaging and unattractive social behaviors. I'm talking about cheating, bragging, taunting, gloating, and even begging for compliments. All these are born from a feeling of inferiority. When you don't see yourself as worthy, you'll do almost anything to force others to acknowledge your worth. Negative thinking produces a relentless attempt to put yourself ahead of others. In other words, it results in pride. Positive thinking results in a high self-image. Positive thinkers, on the other hand, have an accurate view of the world and themselves. They understand that while some people have advantages that others don't, each of us is given a free will and the ability to make choices that either improve or degrade ourselves. They realize that rich people aren't morally superior to poor people, and those who have failed aren't worse than those who seem to have escaped failure. We all breathe the same air, have similar longings and desires, and need the same basic necessities each day to stay alive. And for all of us, this life will someday be over. Positive thinkers view themselves as blessed, happy, capable, and free. That positive self-image produces one particularly spectacular result. Positive thinkers are willing to put others first. People who feel good about themselves have nothing to prove. Because they already feel competent, they don't need to boast or beg for compliments from others. Because they feel blessed, they're not prone to lie or cheat in order to gain an advantage over other people. Though they may not have all the advantages others do, they see themselves as having enough. Therefore, they don't always need to be first in line or get the biggest slice of the pie. They're content. If you doubt that connection, consider the story of a homeless man in Langford, British Columbia, who found more than $2,000 in cash. If that had been you, what would have been your reaction? Given your obvious need for money, you might have been tempted to keep it for yourself. This homeless man, however, was more concerned about the rightful owner of the lost money. So he went to a nearby station of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and turned the money in. The man, who preferred not to be identified, was in his 60s and living on the street. Despite that, he turned in the money because he felt it was the right thing to do. "This is an incredible display of honesty and selflessness," said Constable Alex Berube, a spokesperson of the RCMP. This incredible tale doesn't end there. When the story became known to the public, well-wishers established a fund to help the homeless man. The next challenge was to find him again. It's not easy tracking down a person of no fixed address and no phone, but I kept trying because I needed to tell him about how the community had rallied together to help him, Constable Berube said. When the officer told the homeless man he had thousands of dollars in reward money waiting for him, the man replied that he didn't want the money for himself. He asked that it be donated to local agencies that shelter and feed the homeless. Investigators told the man to think about it overnight and give them a final answer the next day. When he returned, he again insisted they donate the funds. But he told police that what he really wanted was a job. This is humility in action. Humble people see themselves as blessed and capable. Therefore, they have no need to seek unfair advantage over others or put their own needs first. Their positive attitude allows them to see others as just as important as themselves and to put the needs of others first. Humility is an attractive trait. Positive people draw positive reactions from others, and that's especially true for those who display humility. Though they may not wish to be singled out as more virtuous than others, humble people are well-liked and easy to be around. If you're wondering what humility looks like in action, here are some marks of a humble person. If you want to make the decision to choose humility, you'll be choosing behaviors like these. They don't take themselves too seriously. Humble people have a healthy sense of humor and generally don't mind poking a bit of fun at themselves. Winston Churchill was once asked, "Doesn't it thrill you to know that every time you make a speech, the hall is packed to overflowing?" Churchill replied, "It's quite flattering. But whenever I feel that way, I always remember that if instead of making a political speech, I was being hanged, the crowd would be twice as big." Humility allows a person to acknowledge their faults, admit their mistakes, and remain in a positive frame of mind. They avoid taking credit. Humility goes beyond saying, "Aw, shucks," to deflect a compliment. Humble people genuinely don't want to be singled out as being more talented, more important, or more successful than others. This isn't because they don't appreciate their worth. Rather, they simply don't need to hear it repeated, and they're mindful of how such honors can distance them from others. Often, humble people practice the discipline of secrecy by keeping their good deeds from being known to others. They don't say things like, "I took out the trash, you're welcome," but simply do their best regardless of whether anyone notices. They praise others. Negative thinkers are stingy with compliments. They somehow feel that if other people get noticed for their talents or achievements, then they'll somehow miss out on the thanks. Humble people are quick with a compliment. "Great job on the presentation." "You look great. Is that a new outfit?" Thanks so much for that delicious meal. Humble people are quick to point out what's good, especially in other people. They don't pass up an opportunity to give praise. They help others succeed. Few things attack the ego quite as much as helping others succeed. Pride hoards knowledge and resources. Humility shares them. This may be the acid test of humility. Negative thinkers are seldom willing to help others advance, especially ahead of themselves. Humble people are free to share information and opportunities. They're willing to put the needs and sometimes even the desires of other people ahead of their own. They admit their mistakes. Nobody likes to acknowledge mistakes and shortcomings, but humble people are quick to do so. They don't fear the judgment of others. They already see themselves accurately, so they neither need praise nor shy away from criticism. I'm sorry. I was wrong. You're right, that's my mistake. Humble people have no problem with statements like those because their ego isn't wrapped up in their performance. They don't angle for compliments. On the flip side of admitting error, humble people don't wallow in their shortcomings or beg others to praise them. You've probably seen people who react to correction by saying things like, "I'm such an idiot. How can you ever put up with me?" Or, "You're right. I'm such a burden to the team." Their over-the-top admission of blame is really a veiled request for validation. They're saying, "I admitted that I was wrong. Now please say something good about me." Humble people don't get caught in that trap. While everyone enjoys a compliment, the humble have a healthy self-image and don't require continual affirmation. They're willing to learn. Closely related to the ability to compliment others is the willingness to learn from them. Negative thinkers are seldom willing to admit that other people have good ideas or are worth listening to. Their defensiveness and protectiveness of their own ego makes them closed to the knowledge and experience that others could share with them. Learning from others is another way to appreciate their value. When you acknowledge that someone else has advanced beyond you, you must humble yourself. They go last. People who are caught in the trap of negative thinking always feel the need to advance themselves. We all face the subtle temptation to grab the limelight, but to those with a fragile sense of self-worth, that desire is like a raging inferno. They must have their voice heard and their ideas considered. They must be the one to choose the restaurant or to get the biggest present. Humble people are able to resist the urge to put their own needs first. They're willing to let others pick the movie. They don't have to speak in every meeting. They would just as soon take the last seat. They can do that because their sense of worth doesn't depend on being first, having the most, or being in control. They practice the golden rule. Everyone knows it's better to treat others as you would like to be treated, but it's devilishly difficult to do in the rough and tumble of everyday life. We're more likely to treat others as they treat us, or as we think they deserve to be treated. Humble people are able to practice grace, give others a break, and treat them with the courtesy and respect they'd like to receive themselves. Someone has said that the essence of humility is to see yourself accurately, and there's truth in that. People who have a negative view of the world wind up with a negative self-image. As a result, their every interaction with other people is bent on proving their self-worth. A positive attitude toward the world has the happy byproduct of producing a positive view of oneself. As a result, positive-thinking people are able to be humble. They don't need to prove their worth by comparison to others. If anything, they're bent on helping others feel the same sense of blessing that they enjoy. That's a tremendously attractive way to live. Choose humility. Each of the 7 choices that forever shape your life are really a series of choices. To choose humility means making the major decision to put off selfishness and give preference to others. But that one big decision must be played out in the thousands of little choices we make when dealing with people day after day and year after year. Humility is both a choice and a lifestyle. Perhaps no one in recent memory exemplifies that lifestyle more than Mother Teresa of Calcutta. Mother Teresa had been a nun serving in India for over 20 years when she founded the Sisters of Charity in 1950. From then until her death in 1997, she worked among the poorest of the poor on the streets of Calcutta. Her humble life inspired countless people, including Shane Claiborne, who as a young man spent a summer working with Mother Teresa in the slums. He later wrote about that experience, giving this portrait of the great woman's humility. People often ask me what Mother Teresa was like. Did she glow in the dark or have a halo? She was short, wrinkled, and precious, maybe even a little ornery, like a beautiful, wise old granny. But there is one thing I will never forget. Her feet were deformed. Each morning during Mass, I would stare at those feet. I wondered if Mother Teresa had leprosy, but I wasn't going to ask, of course. One day, a sister asked us, "Have you noticed Mother's feet?" We nodded, curious. She said, "Her feet are deformed because we get just enough donated shoes for everyone, and Mother does not want anyone to get stuck with the worst pair, so she digs through and finds those. Years of wearing bad shoes have deformed her feet." This is the result of humility, not a version of self-punishment, but a willingness to see others as important, even more important than yourself. Humility springs from a positive attitude because it takes a tremendously positive view of the world and oneself to make that kind of sacrifice. Shane Claiborne, by the way, went on to found The Simple Way, an intentional community aimed at serving the urban poor in the city of Philadelphia. When you choose to be humble, you impact the world. Chapter 8. Count your blessings. Choose gratitude. When our family relocated from West Virginia to Columbus, Ohio, Dad found work with a construction company, which immediately improved our family fortunes. The pay wasn't great, but it was enough to keep us in pinto beans, cornbread, and fried bologna, a staple of the Toler house. Things were looking up for our family. Then winter hit. The winter of 1960-1961 was one of the toughest on record. While the Northeast was hit with 3 major blizzards starting in December, we in the Midwest were treated to cold weather, and lots of it. We were seeing below-zero temperatures well before Christmas, just about the time Dad got laid off from his construction job. As quickly as they had improved, our circumstances had taken a drastic turn for the worse. As Christmas approached, my parents were concerned not only with how to provide a few gifts for my brothers and me, but also with how to provide food and keep the heat on in our rented home. We closed off most of the rooms in our modest home to limit our utility costs. Food was starting to become scarce, too. On Christmas Eve, Mom looked in the cupboards and found no food, not even pinto beans, cornbread, or bologna. We had nothing with which to make a meal. And with Dad out of work, we had no means to buy anything. Reluctantly, Dad loaded us all into the car and drove downtown, where the city of Columbus was providing cheese, flour, dried milk, and powdered eggs for needy families. It was a sullen car ride, and even the prospect of receiving much-needed food couldn't warm our hearts enough to fend off the stinging cold. As we stood in line with many other families who were hoping to receive something, I could tell Dad was getting more and more uncomfortable. And not just from the biting wind. At length, he said, "We're going home, boys. God will provide." And with that, we piled back into the old Plymouth and headed home. I didn't understand where his faith came from or why we wouldn't want to take food anywhere we could get it, but I trusted my father, and my mother and brothers did too. Dad later explained why he had turned down the offer of help from the government. He often prayed that simple prayer, "Give us today our daily bread," trusting that God would indeed provide for our needs. To him, taking public assistance was an act of ingratitude. It was as if he were telling God, "I don't like the way you're providing for me, so I'll have to try something else." God has always provided for us, Dad said, and He always will. We need to be grateful for that. Once we got home, we found some popcorn in the cupboard, and that became our family dinner on Christmas Eve. We boys spent the rest of the evening opening our Christmas presents, one for each of us, purchased with trading stamps from our neighborhood Top Value catalog store. Later, we slept in our parents' bedroom for the night, our stomachs full of popcorn and our hearts full of love for one another. But I confess that my mind was full of anxiety about tomorrow's non-existent breakfast. The next morning, our family was awakened by a loud knock on the front door and the muffled shout of "Merry Christmas." We rushed to the door, threw it open, and found a crowd of people from Fifth Avenue Church standing on our doorstep with Christmas gifts of clothes and, most important, a month's worth of groceries, including our beloved pinto beans, cornbread, and bologna. It was a Merry Christmas indeed. Most of all, I remember the gift my parents gave me that has stayed with me to this day, the gift of gratitude. During that cold, lean winter, Dad taught my brothers and me the value of being thankful for what you have rather than complaining about what you don't have. His positive attitude was fueled by gratitude to God, and that lesson stayed with me. As we ate popcorn for supper on Christmas Eve, we were grateful and content. Gratitude is a choice. Psychologists debate whether gratitude is an emotion or a virtue, but I can tell you it's both, and it's something else, a choice. Gratitude is the act and the feeling of thankfulness for a gift. The most happy and successful people are keenly aware that life and everything in it is undeserved. They see themselves as blessed and fortunate, and they practice the attitude of gratitude. Notice here again that the foundation for gratitude is a belief or perception that we're fortunate. That positive awareness results in a feeling of gratefulness, a lighter spirit, and a willingness to give to others. The opposite of gratitude is the attitude of entitlement. People who feel entitled are always miserable because the world never seems to provide everything they feel they deserve. Rather than being grateful for a morning of sunshine, they're angry about enduring an afternoon of rain. Instead of feeling blessed because they have a spouse who loves them, they feel annoyed that their mate doesn't meet their needs perfectly. As a result, people who feel a sense of entitlement are continually miserable, while those who choose to be grateful have a sense of well-being and joy. It's important to note that being grateful doesn't depend on having everything you want in life. Just as you can have hope when things are going poorly, so you can be grateful when you seem to possess so little. It all depends on how you look at your situation. Each of us has a basic framework for viewing our lives. Positive people see themselves as blessed, whether they have much or little. Negative thinkers see themselves as deprived, whether they have little or much. Their circumstances don't determine their attitude. Their outlook determines it. Here's another way to understand it. Each of us has a story for our lives, a way we think of ourselves. The story you tell yourself about life rises from your vision for the world, and it largely determines the way you respond to the world and the way other people respond to you. Some people see themselves as poor, downtrodden, never able to get a break. Not surprisingly, they interpret every event that happens to them in a negative light. If they receive a gift, they compare it to what others received and conclude that they didn't receive enough. If they get a raise, they wonder why it wasn't larger. Their basic storyline is this: life is unfair to me. Others see themselves as fortunate, victorious, and blessed. As a result, they interpret everything that happens to them in a positive light. When their car breaks down, they're just glad someone stopped to help. When they receive a gift, they feel genuinely humbled. When they get sick, they say, "I'm so glad I can go to a doctor for treatment." Some people aren't so fortunate. Their basic storyline is this: life gives me more than I deserve. So gratitude isn't simply an emotion you feel when something fantastically good happens to you. It's a basic outlook on life. Gratitude begins with seeing yourself as blessed, and that's a choice you make. This choice matters because the attitude of gratitude is the single most important factor in shaping how you feel about your life. Gratitude is good for your soul. The practice of choosing to be grateful affects your life in many ways. Like any aspect of having a positive outlook, it flows through your thoughts, into your words, and finally into your actions and the habits you form. Grateful people are a delight to be around because they're constantly thanking and praising others. They're grateful for the help they receive, even in small ways. So they're likely to say thank you when a waiter brings their order or a clerk rings up a sale, even though they're only doing their jobs. Grateful people have an uncanny ability to see the positive in any situation. So when the copy machine breaks down, they'll say, "I'm so glad we have a service contract with the office supply company," rather than swearing at the machine or at the helpless office assistant. Practicing gratitude allows you to gain friends and influence. Another benefit of being grateful is that it positively affects your health. To find out the effect of gratitude on a person's well-being, psychologists Michael McCullough and Robert Emmons asked volunteers to keep a diary of their daily experiences. One group was told to record events each day with no other instructions. A second group was asked to record their negative experiences. Meanwhile, a third group was asked to record positive experiences. The study revealed that those who recorded positive events had higher levels of interest, excitement, happiness, and attentiveness in their lives, spent more time exercising, slept better, and reported fewer symptoms of physical ill health. Having an attitude of gratitude can help you perform better, feel better, and possibly live longer. There's more. Being grateful can also improve your financial life. Another psychological study revealed that how you feel affects the economic choices you make. Psychologists have known for some time that emotions like sadness cause people to choose smaller, short-term gains over larger, long-term ones. That's because sadness makes people impatient. A study by psychologists at Northeastern University, the University of California, Riverside, and Harvard Kennedy School found that when people feel gratitude, they become more patient. As a result, they value larger, long-term financial gains over smaller, short-term ones. Researchers studied people who felt either neutral, happy, or grateful. They found that in monetary terms, the mean grateful participant required $63 immediately to forego receiving $85 in 3 months, whereas the mean neutral or happy participant required only $55 immediately. The results reveal that gratitude reduces excessive economic impatience. In other words, grateful people are more willing to be patient with money and less likely to make impulsive financial decisions. Being grateful can actually improve your finances. The choice to be grateful affects nearly every area of your life. This is the fruit of a positive attitude working its way into your life. Just as we've seen with every other positive thought, it makes its way into your words, your actions, and your habits. Gratitude is good for the soul. Ingratitude shrivels your soul. If it's true that gratitude brings positive benefits, it's also true that ingratitude has a detrimental effect on the soul. Psychologist Robert C. Roberts observed, "Grateful people tend to be satisfied with what they have and so are less susceptible to such emotions as disappointment, regret, and frustration. In consequence, grateful people, whether religious or not, will be less prone to emotions such as anger, resentment, envy, and bitterness that tend to undermine happy social relations." The converse of that is also true. Ungrateful people more often feel emotions like anger, resentment, and envy. In fact, they seem to be fueled by them. That's what Arnie Feidherb discovered when he arrived at his home in South Africa at 2 o'clock one morning to find 9 robbers emptying his home of possessions. "Some of them ran away, but I managed to throw 2 of them into the pool," Feidherb said. "One of them jumped out of the pool and followed his mates, but the other one started to drown." Think for a moment. What would you do in this situation? It would take a tremendously positive attitude to do what Fighterb did. He dove into the pool and rescued the man who had been robbing his house. I could not let him die, he later said. Here's where the story gets really interesting. Most people would be grateful to someone who saved their life, regardless of the circumstances. It would take a serious attitude of entitlement to do what the robber did next. After being saved from drowning, the thief immediately called out to his friends to return to the house. Then he pulled a knife and threatened Fighterb with it. "We were still standing near the pool," Fighterb reported, "and when I saw the knife, I just threw him back in. But he was gasping for air and was drowning, so I rescued him again." Fortunately, the police arrived to end the rinse and repeat cycle. That's a perfect example of ingratitude. It's a relentless attitude of entitlement, even in the face of incredible, unmerited generosity. How do you know if you have an ungrateful attitude? Carefully consider your responses to these questions. How often do you compare yourself to others? When gifts are given, do you usually feel surprised and blessed, or expectant and disappointed? Are you more likely to say, "I wish I had," or "I'm so glad for"? How often do you complain? How frequently do you feel resentful of people who seem to have more than you do? Do you feel resentful when you have to wait in line? Do you feel that you've earned everything you have in life? If your answer to any of these questions is yes or often, you may have an attitude of entitlement rather than an attitude of gratitude. The good news is that there's an easy way to fix that. You have the power to choose gratitude. Choose gratitude. If you find yourself feeling more ungrateful than blessed, you can do something about it. You don't have to stew in your negative feelings of entitlement and disappointment. You can exercise the power of choice. Choose gratitude. How do you do that? One simple way is to count your blessings. I realize this sounds trite, but it's a proven method for taking your focus off the negative things in your life and the good things that are missing, and moving your focus onto the many good things you do have and for which you can truly be grateful. The novelist Charles Dickens said, "Reflect on your present blessings, of which every man has many, not on your past misfortunes, of which all men have some." It really does work. When you focus on the many good things in your life rather than the few negative ones, of which everybody gets a share, you will feel better. I've seen it in action. Some time ago, I had a friend who was depressed and called me to talk about it. He said, "Stan, you're the most positive person I know, and I needed to reach out to you. I'm depressed for the first time in my life. I'm 55 years old, and I just don't know what to do." "What's going on?" I asked, wanting to find out what might be driving his emotions. He filled me in on the circumstances he was facing, and they really were difficult. He was having a very hard time in several areas of his life. "I feel for you," I told him. "I really do understand why you're feeling down. That's some terrible stuff you're dealing with." He said, "Well, tell me how to get out of it." I said, "I'm no psychologist, and I certainly can't prescribe any medication, but I can give you a simple exercise that might help." "I'll try anything," he said. So I gave him these simple instructions. Think about the people who've had the greatest impact on your life: parents, pastors, teachers, college buddies, anybody that's been important to you. Then write them a brief handwritten note to tell them how much you appreciate them and what they've done for you over the years. He promised to do it, and we agreed to talk again in about a month. A few weeks later, my friend called again. He said, "I've been healed. My happiness has returned." "Tell me more," I said, eager to find out the rest of the story. "It all came down to giving thanks," he said. "When I expressed my gratitude to people who were close to me in writing, I started to feel better immediately. I realized how blessed I've been. But then people started calling me back and saying, 'Thanks for the note. You don't know how much that meant to me.' I realized that by sowing seeds of gratitude, it brought meaning to them as well. I'm so blessed. I've got a great life filled with great friends, and I never realized it." I said, "Yes, and by the way, thanks for writing that note to me, too. I really appreciated that." You don't have to remain trapped in a negative attitude that begins with a sense of entitlement and leads to feelings of impatience, anger, and resentment. You can choose to focus on what's good in your life rather than what's bad. To see what's there rather than what's missing. Count your blessings and you'll feel blessed. Give thanks and you'll feel thankful. Gratitude is good for the soul. Chapter 9. Give more than you take. Choose generosity. Chapter 9. Give more than you take. Choose generosity. My father was willing to pitch in with just about any task that would help others. One of the duties he routinely performed was that of treasurer for our local church. Most of us find it tedious to manage our own finances, so taking on another set of books as a hobby or a charity wouldn't seem like much fun. But Dad was all in. It's not that he was an accountant or anything of the sort. He simply had a belief that everything belongs to God and we manage it on His behalf. That applied first and foremost to the finances of the church, which is why he was willing to donate his time to do the extra bookkeeping in the days before computer accounting programs and online banking. Dad's belief in this concept of stewardship, that all we have is held in trust and should be used wisely, applied to everything in our lives, and I mean everything. My parents were anything but wasteful, pinching every penny until it hollered for help. We didn't spend money on a new car when our old one ran perfectly well, and we seldom bought new clothes. Mom and Dad practiced simplicity long before it became fashionable. That wasn't because they didn't appreciate nice things or wouldn't have enjoyed spending a little money on themselves. Their attitude toward money was driven by the conviction that it wasn't theirs to begin with. It was a gift to be used wisely. I know what you're thinking right now. It must have been no fun growing up in the Toler household because we never splurged or enjoyed nice things. Nothing could be further from the truth. Our home was filled with joy because Dad taught all of us an attitude of gratitude, which produced a tremendous spirit of generosity. And when we did get something new, we enjoyed it that much more. At a very young age, I learned the ancient truth that more joy is found in giving than in receiving. Dad gave all of us the gift of generosity. When we were very young, Dad would give each of us a few coins to put in the offering plate on Sunday morning. He wanted us to find out how satisfying it is to contribute to others. More than that, he emphasized his own belief that the money isn't ours anyway. It's given to us for a purpose. Later on, after Dad passed away, my stepfather, Jack Hollingsworth, also served as church treasurer and reinforced my father's example. He made sure the Toler boys always carried their giving envelopes to church, even if it carried only a few pennies saved from our allowance. When we became old enough to earn a little money of our own, the habit of giving was already formed. I'll never forget figuring up 10% of my first paycheck so I could donate that money to the church. It was satisfying to practice generosity all on my own. The amount was very small, but the impact on my life was huge. Generosity is a response to gratitude. Generosity begins with the belief that life and everything in it is a gift. As such, it rises naturally from gratitude. Positive thinking people are grateful for what they have, and they always seem willing to share with others. This includes more than just money or even material things. You'll find that when a person develops a positive attitude, they're generous with their time, their hospitality, ideas, opportunities, encouragement, even their very lives. They believe that nothing in life is a zero-sum game, and there's always more where that came from. The opposite of generosity is a scarcity mindset. the belief that there'll never be enough, so giving to others means taking away from yourself. That leads to stinginess, hoarding, and suspicion. The choice to be generous is vital because it opens the door to blessing. When you give to others, you receive even more in return. Generosity benefits your life. There's a wise saying that goes something like this: "Give, and it will be given to you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over, will be poured into your lap. For with the measure you use, it will be measured to you." That wisdom holds true, and I've experienced it time and time again. This is true not in a transactional sense, that if you give away $1, you get $1 back. Rather, it's what we call prudential wisdom. It's a saying that illustrates a basic principle in life. There may be exceptions, but not many. In general, it's the way life works. Generous people are rewarded, while stingy people seem to suffer with less and less. Here are a few of the ways that giving to others benefits not only them, but you as well. You build a community. If you were facing a serious problem, would you rather have $1,000 or 1,000 friends? Most of us can readily see that having a community of support is even more valuable than having money. As the saying goes, money makes you wealthy, but friends make you rich. When you're generous with others, you put money in the relational bank of friendship. That doesn't mean that if you give a person $50, you have the right to take it back whenever you like. That would be a loan, not a gift of generosity. It means that generous people enjoy good relationships with others, which are themselves a form of wealth. If you've seen the classic film It's a Wonderful Life, you'll know what I mean. You may recall that the story's protagonist, George Bailey, has devoted his life to the tiny community of Bedford Falls, passing up many opportunities to better himself. Though he doesn't realize it, George is somewhat of a local hero. When he suddenly finds himself urgently in need of $8,000 due to an error by someone else, he feels not only penniless, but an utter failure. That's when the entire town rallies to his support, generously donating funds to make good the debt that George cannot repay. His brother Harry sums it up with these words: "A toast to my big brother George, the richest man in town." Generosity builds friendships, respect, camaraderie, and community. When you give to others, you're indeed blessed. You gain resources. The advice to give and it will be given to you isn't a spiritual platitude. It's the statement of a principle in this universe that's every bit as reliable as the law of gravity. When you give away what you have, you gain more in return. I saw this in action many times in my parents' lives, as their generosity sometimes seemed foolhardy to me. They would give generously to the church or to others in need, even when we seemed to be lacking in resources ourselves. Invariably, they too received some opportunity or act of kindness that more than made up for what they had lost by giving it away. You'll see this principle in action with non-tangible things as well. Ideas, respect, opportunities, kindness. All these are subject to the law of generosity. When you give them away, you gain even more. Have you ever noticed that the most successful people are often very free with new ideas? They don't hoard wisdom, insight, or opportunities because they believe there will always be another good idea coming along. As a result, they usually prosper to an even greater degree. You are blessed. When you give to others, you're blessed in ways that are hard to describe. Perhaps the best way to put it is this: giving to others is really a gift to yourself. You feel content, at peace, and blessed because you had the opportunity and the means to do a good thing in the world. If you haven't yet experienced this, you're missing out on one of the greatest opportunities life has to offer. Real meaning in life, true satisfaction, comes not from acquiring things for yourself, but from blessing others with what you have. That way of thinking is directly contrary to the way we naturally think. There's something inside us that gives us the urge to acquire all we can, far more than we'll ever need, and hoard it for ourselves. That lifestyle is a pathway to emptiness. Just as the attitude of entitlement leads to a feeling of anger and frustration, so an attitude of selfishness leads to a feeling of meaninglessness. If you want to experience true joy in life, make the choice to be generous with others. Barriers to generosity. If this is your first time thinking about being generous, you probably have some reservations. As we've noted, giving away money, time, opportunity, or any other resource runs contrary to our human nature. We don't easily part with the things we've worked hard for. Some people are never able to overcome this mental hurdle. They remind me of the story about a country preacher who supported himself as an electrician. When the church needed a new roof that would cost $5,000, he knew he would have to get creative with fundraising. On Saturday night, he went to the church, wired each pew into the church's electrical system, and then placed a switch beneath the pulpit. On Sunday morning, the pastor announced the fundraising project, then said, "Who'll give $500 toward the new roof?" With that, he flipped the switch and jolted the pews with a burst of electricity. People jumped to their feet all over the room. The good news is that the church reached its fundraising goal in a matter of seconds. The bad news is that 6 people were electrocuted that day. Some people simply won't be generous. If you're struggling with adopting an attitude of generosity, you may be stuck on one of the following familiar hang-ups. Here are 7 common reasons people resist being generous. They have a history of entitlement. We've already noted the link between gratitude and generosity. The same connection exists between ingratitude and selfishness. The attitude of entitlement, which is the essence of ingratitude, courses through selfishness as well. People who are used to thinking they should be on the receiving end usually have a hard time with generosity. If you find yourself thinking, "Why didn't I get more?" you'll have a hard time learning to give. That's why having an attitude of gratitude is central for becoming a generous person. When you choose gratitude, you'll choose generosity as well. They have a culture of scarcity. For more than 40 years, linguist Eunice Pike worked among the Mazatec people in Mexico. Many of the Mazatec women created beautifully ornate embroidered items, an art form that required considerable skill. Yet when Pike asked any woman, "Who taught you how to do this?" she would answer, "Just I know." Pike explains, this meant no one had taught her, she had learned by herself. Obviously, such skill couldn't be gained by self-study, so Pike was puzzled. That is, until she learned of the concept of limited good as believed in some traditional societies. The idea is that there's only so much good in the world, whether it be land, money, food, or even knowledge. So if one woman were to teach another how to embroider, she would be giving away a valuable resource. As a result, Pike noted, they learned everything in a casual way, by watching others at work. That way, the student wouldn't be seen as stealing something from the teacher. The concept of limited good may seem odd, but you and I encounter it every day by another name, a scarcity mindset. Many people believe that all good things, money, food, opportunities, success, even happiness, are in limited supply. So if one person succeeds, it must mean that another will fail. If your neighbor has a great opportunity for advancement, it must come at your expense. This kind of thinking inhibits generosity for the same reason the Mazatec people were reluctant to share knowledge with each other. It rests on the belief that when one person shares with another, the giver is somehow impoverished at the receiver's expense. In fact, there's no limit on the good in the world. We can create new opportunities, more wealth, even more food as we apply our efforts and work together. Sharing with others doesn't impoverish you. To the contrary, it enriches your life in extraordinary ways. They have an attitude of materialism. Materialism is a mindset that equates value, especially personal worthiness, with possessions. We're all prone to this, but some embrace it, or rather suffer from it, to a high degree. This is the person who believes she's better than her neighbor because her home is more expensive, or the man who feels inferior to others because he earns less money. People who feel this way are reluctant to be generous because their self-esteem depends on acquiring more and more. Notice once again how a negative thought underlies a destructive attitude and behavior. Jesus of Nazareth handily refuted this dangerous thought with a simple question. Is not life more than food, and the body more than clothes? The answer is self-evident. Of course, there's more to life than having a new outfit or enjoying the finest foods. No person's worth is defined by his or her possessions. You're not worth more because you have more, nor worth less because you have less. In fact, your self-esteem will rise when you discover the joy of sharing what you have with others. They have feelings of doubt. Some people want to be generous, but they worry about the impact on their own financial lives. Obviously, if you give away $50, you don't have it anymore. What if you later find yourself in need? As we've noted, generosity brings another kind of wealth that's far more valuable than a lithograph of Ulysses S. Grant whose image appears on the $50 bill. You don't lose by giving yourself or your resources away. You gain much more than you give, including goodwill, trust, friendship, and contentment. They lack good examples. My friend Heather teaches English at a community college that serves the poorest population in her state. As an exercise in multidisciplinary learning, Heather partnered with a psychology professor to create an innovative project for their students. The students would become pen pals with developmentally disabled adults at a nearby center, which would hone their writing skills and would study the effects of disability on their new friends, a lesson in psychology. At the end of the semester, the students would host the disabled adults for an outing. Think of the good you can do by serving others, Heather said as an encouragement to her class. One student blurted out what others were certainly thinking, "Why would I want to do that?" At first, I was dumbfounded, Heather said, but it dawned on me later, these kids have never been taught the joy of giving. They've never seen it in action. If you haven't witnessed the blessing of generosity, it may be a difficult concept to wrap your mind around. It seems counterintuitive, but it's true. You gain more when you give yourself away. Think of the lives of great givers such as Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King Jr., Mother Teresa, or even contemporary philanthropists like Bill and Melinda Gates or Bono. All of them demonstrate the simple truth that there's greater joy in blessing others than in acquiring things for ourselves. They have a spirit of indifference. Sadly, some people lack generosity because they simply don't care about the needs of others. Selfishness seems to be the spirit of our time, and we're encouraged to see people as either winners or losers. It's easy to slip into the habit of thinking about ourselves, our dreams, our desires, and our needs, while completely ignoring those around us. If they have needs, we figure, it's because they're lazy or they haven't planned well enough. Everybody deserves exactly what they get. That's not true, of course. Many of us have received far more than we deserve in terms of advantages and opportunities. We enjoy the prosperity that's ours partly because of the hard work and sacrifice of others, such as the generations who came before us and built a prosperous society, the brave men and women who guard our freedom, and our parents who paid for our upbringing and contributed to our education. To be indifferent to the needs of others is to be arrogant and incredibly short-sighted. Selfishness is a form of negative thinking that always produces poor results. They have witnessed a pattern of abuse. What if someone takes advantage of my generosity? That's a question many people ask when making the choice to be generous. Some folks, because they've seen generosity abused, are reluctant to open themselves up to give to others. It's true that some people asking for handouts aren't truly in need, and that the leaders of some charities enrich themselves on the donations of others, and that even some religious organizations have abused the goodwill of their donors. It's reasonable to have some concern about where the money goes and to want one's gifts used wisely. While we all should be careful about giving our money or time to fraudulent causes or disreputable characters, it's important to remember that generosity primarily benefits you, the giver. It's impossible to ensure that every single penny you give will be properly used. In fact, most of us would admit that we waste some of our own money. We don't give generously because the recipient deserves the gift through his or her flawless life and character. We give because it's better to be a giver than a hoarder. We give because we believe in the power of generosity. We give because of our positive outlook on life and on other people, and we're moved to share with them. If you're hesitant to adopt a generous mindset, don't be. There are good reasons to share what you have with others, and there's no reason for living a closed, self-centered life. Give to live. Generosity isn't simply a positive attribute to me or technique for getting ahead in life. Living generously is my passion. I believe in it with all my heart, and I've tried to practice it in everything I do. I've authored more than 100 books, and many of them deal with subjects related to finances in general and generous living in particular. In fact, it's the subject of my signature book, Give to Live, The Freedom of Being Generous with Your Life. If you're struggling with the decision to choose generosity, please take the risk. You'll never regret a single dollar you give to help others, or a single hour of your time spent lending a hand to someone in need. The generous life is a pathway to blessing. I know you'll find that to be true. Though we think of generosity primarily in financial terms, it goes well beyond that. The freedom you gain by being generous with your time, energy, ideas, encouragement, and resources includes much more than money. When you make the choice to be generous, you adopt the belief that there's always more in store. You'll find yourself receiving far more than you ever imagined through the partnerships and community you build, and from the unexplainable generosity that will be returned to you when least expected. This isn't a dollar-for-dollar transaction, but a giver is always blessed to give again. Let me share with you a personal story that I hope will motivate you to choose a generous lifestyle. As a child, I'd learned the joy of giving from my father. When I later had one of my first real jobs, that lesson was brought home to me in a way that I know would have made my dad smile. In those days, I worked as a barber. I didn't make a whole lot, but it was a way to gain some income while going to school. In fact, I'm still a licensed barber in the state of Ohio. I maintain that credential as a reminder of my roots, and who knows when a little extra income will come in handy. One day at church, our pastor challenged the congregation to support a particular missionary who was struggling financially. I firmly believed in the good work that the missionary was doing, but I also knew that the $100 in my pocket had to last me all month. When that was gone, there would be no more until the next payday, and that was quite a way off. I was torn between my desire to be generous and my anxiety about making ends meet. In the end, my better nature won out, and I gave the $100 to help that struggling family. I felt good about my decision, but I also wondered if I'd be feeling hungry by the end of the week. The next day, when I went to work, my boss, the barbershop's owner, called me aside. "Stan," he said, "you've been doing a great job here, and I really appreciate your attitude and enthusiasm. You've been a blessing to me and my shop. I just wanted to give you a little encouragement." He handed me an envelope. I thanked him and went back to work. Later, I had a free moment to open the envelope, and there I discovered a $100 bill. Tears streamed down my face as I realized, once again, that no act of generosity is ever wasted. I haven't been able to stop giving ever since. Give, and it will be given to you. That's not merely my word. It's a law written into the fabric of the universe. Givers are blessed. Helpers receive help. And you'll find that your life is fullest when you give it away. Choose to be generous with your time, your heart, your money, and your life. You'll never regret it. Chapter 10. Be kind to everyone you meet. Choose compassion. Up to now, you may have the impression that the Toler household was idyllic, but let me assure you, we were a normal family. We had our problems just like everyone else. Mark, Terry, and I were mischievous from time to time and had to be nudged back in line. More often than not, those times of discipline came after church. It seems the Toler brothers were notorious for being a bit rambunctious during the service, which Dad rightly thought was disrespectful. When we were younger, he wasn't afraid to show his displeasure through a couple of firm swats on our backside. We certainly deserved it. As my brother Mark says, most of our discipline moments were related to talking too much in church. We thought, since we like to talk in church so much, why not get paid for it? That probably explains why all three of us became pastors. My father had a strong sense of right and wrong, but that never clouded his view of what's truly most important in life: relationships with others. When he disciplined me or my brothers, he did so gently. He understood what it was like to be a kid, and he wanted to build us up, not tear us down. Relationships always came first with him. Dad was that way with everybody, including coworkers, store clerks, or complete strangers. He had a sense that everybody you meet is dealing with something difficult and could use a little kindness. He had a strong personality, but he was one of the gentlest people I've ever known. Every Monday as I get ready to leave the house, I put on Dad's watch and wind it. And every Monday I'm reminded that no matter how busy Dad was or how stressful life had become in that moment, he took the time to speak with each of us boys, give us a kiss on the forehead, and say, "I love you." Believe me, some mornings we didn't exactly merit a pat on the head. Getting 3 boys up and ready for school wasn't always easy for my mom. But even when he had spoken stern words at the breakfast table, Dad showed his love and care for us before leaving the house. As a boy, I took my father's love and care for granted. I thought everybody was good-natured, kind-hearted, and sympathetic toward others. As I grew into adulthood, I realized that gentleness is in short supply in this world, and that people are often unkind and even cruel, sometimes for the most trivial reasons. I'm grateful that my father modeled for me one of the basic fruits of a positive attitude: compassion for others. He chose to treat others not as they deserved to be treated, but with the love and respect they needed. By doing so, he gave me the gift of compassion. Compassion results from a positive attitude. Compassion means treating others with gentleness and respect even when they don't deserve it. It's the practice of being patient, tolerant, and helpful to others, especially those in need. The opposite is reprisal, exacting a price for every interaction, counting the cost, and making sure others give you as much or more than they receive from you. Compassion is the natural byproduct of a positive attitude. It's a choice we make based on our view of the world. Here are a few of the positive assumptions that underlie the choice to be kind to others. Everyone carries a hidden need. The quotation, "Be kind, everyone you meet is fighting a hard battle," is variously attributed to Plato, Philo of Alexandria, and the Scottish minister John Watson. Regardless of its origin, the quote rings true. Each day we encounter dozens of people, sometimes hundreds, and each of them carries a hidden pain. One person may suffer from an unseen illness. Another may be on the brink of divorce. Someone else may be facing financial difficulties or legal problems or tensions at work. People who have a good outlook on life realize the struggles others face and are willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. A positive thinker will surmise that an irritable colleague or irate driver is dealing with some other pain that drives their behavior. That makes it so much easier to respond with kindness rather than annoyance or anger. I'm no better than anyone else. People who choose kindness have an accurate opinion of themselves. They realize that everyone has problems, and anyone could find himself or herself in need. Therefore, they reason, a person who makes a mistake or behaves badly or needs assistance isn't that much different from themselves. Negative thinkers, those with a mindset of entitlement or reprisal, believe that all people should get exactly what they deserve at all times. They overlook the fact that nobody's perfect. Everybody makes mistakes, including them. Of course, we want to live in a just world where no one gets away with wrongdoing, but a healthy self-concept allows room for tolerance, grace, and second chances. Positive thinking people are willing to be kind to others because they have an accurate view of the world and themselves. The scales always balance eventually. People with a positive attitude also believe that the scales always balance eventually. The world is round, and what goes around comes around. They're not worried about people getting what they deserve because they believe justice is woven into the fabric of the universe. Negative thinkers are always afraid they'll come out on the short end of the stick. They have to ensure that nobody gets away with anything, that every wrong is corrected, and that people only get exactly what they've earned. They don't have room for generosity, kindness, or making exceptions to the rule, because they're afraid others will somehow take advantage of the system. Positive thinkers believe there's a power at work in the world far greater than themselves. My faith tells me that the system is run by God, who will eventually ensure that those who deserve judgment will get it. Positive thinkers are willing to give people the benefit of the doubt because they know the scales will be balanced someday, somehow. You get what you give. As we've already seen with the practice of generosity, you get what you give in life. People who are judgmental, vengeful, and arrogant will likely receive that same treatment themselves, while those who are compassionate and kind can expect to receive that grace in return. As the wisest teacher of all time put it, "Do not judge, or you too will be judged. For in the same way you judge others, you will be judged, and with the measure you use, it will be measured to you." We should all be careful about wishing that everybody will get exactly what they deserve in life, because that means we will too. I don't know about you, but I'd rather receive grace and kindness than an exact accounting of every word I've ever spoken or every deed I've ever done. I believe in grace because I know I need it. It's nicer to be nice. A positive attitude leads us to create the kind of world we'd like to live in. Positive thinkers believe we would all be better off if more people treated others with simple kindness and dignity, even if they haven't earned that treatment. That's the viewpoint of Renee Garcia, a wife and mother who loves to perform random acts of kindness. She believes that doing something nice for others without expecting anything in return is simply the best way to live. She and her husband Aaron practice random acts of kindness, including leaving a huge tip at a restaurant, paying for someone else's gas at a convenience store, leaving a roll of quarters at a self-service laundry, or mowing a neighbor's lawn. She says part of the fun is not sticking around for a thank you. Often, when she pulls up to a drive-through window, she pays the bill for the car behind her in addition to her own. She then asks the clerk to pass along a business card that explains her motivation. There are no strings attached. If someone is having a day in which his life is hanging in the balance, she reasons, this could be his opportunity to realize what he's been missing. You never know how it might change a life if you buy someone dinner and they don't know who did it. Being kind to others is a choice we make to produce the better world that we'd all like to see. It's a way of putting our positive attitude into action, benefiting others as well as ourselves. Negative thinkers give everyone exactly what they deserve because they believe in the concept of fairness. Positive thinkers treat people better than they deserve for the same reason. Kindness is good for you. Showing courtesy, gentleness, and respect to others benefits them in obvious ways. Those who've made mistakes can get a second chance. People who are lonely receive a personal touch, and those in need get a helping hand. Kindness is a stepping stone others can use to improve their lives. And kindness benefits the giver, too. Just as generosity has positive effects on your body and spirit, so does kindness. Though it may seem surprising, being kind to others is actually good for you. Kindness wins friends. Zig Ziglar, the great positive thinker and motivational speaker, said, "If you go looking for a friend, you're going to find they're very scarce. If you go out to be a friend, you'll find them everywhere." That's a simple way of saying that other people will likely respond to you in the same way you respond to them. If you treat others with kindness and respect, they'll do the same for you. That was the experience of a woman we know only as Sarah, a Jewish wife and mother living in Germany in the late 1930s. Realizing that the situation was becoming dangerous for Jewish people under the Nazi regime, Sarah determined to leave the country with her family. She had heard that a few visas would be available at an office in Berlin the next day. While her husband went to work and friends watched her two small children, Sarah traveled to the city by train, an hour-long ride, in hopes of obtaining visas for her family to exit the country. From the station in Berlin, she traveled to the office by cab, only to find dozens of others already filling a small, stifling room, all hoping for the same thing. A lone German bureaucrat sat behind a desk, seeming to ignore those waiting in quiet desperation. Hours passed. Suddenly, the clerk said in a loud voice, "No visas today. Come back tomorrow." For Sarah, this meant the challenge and expense of finding a place to stay for the night. But there seemed no choice. She found a room and returned to the same stuffy office the next day. Again, people waited in silence as the dour government employee went about his work, seeming to ignore them. Late that afternoon, he repeated his announcement from the previous day. "There are no visas. Everyone must go home." By now, the applicants had lost patience, and many began to vent their frustration with angry complaints. Sarah, however, responded differently. While others filed out of the office, she made her way to the front. She leaned over and spoke quietly to the man behind the desk. "I want to thank you for all your time. Have a good day." With that, she turned to leave the office, not knowing what the future would hold for her family. Before Sarah reached the stairway, she heard the sound of someone coming quickly down the hallway behind her. She turned to see the bureaucrat holding several pieces of paper in his hand. "I have these visas I can give you," he said. Unbeknown to Sarah or any of the other applicants, this poor government clerk had so few visas available for so many applicants that he decided the fairest thing was to give none to anyone. Yet Sarah's act of gentleness broke through his detachment and touched his heart. Her kindness moved him to reciprocate. As a result, she and her family escaped the Holocaust. Your kindness will improve your situation as well as that of others. By being kind, respectful, helpful, and caring, you'll win friends, gain influence, and perhaps be rewarded with kindness in return. Positive thinkers don't do a favor in order to get one back, yet they realize that no good deed goes unnoticed and ultimately unrewarded. Being kind to others makes everyone's life better, including your own. Kindness is good for your health. We have an intuitive sense that those who practice kindness toward others are happier and healthier than those with a negative attitude or who are callous and closed toward others. Now there's scientific research to back that up. According to Dr. Stephen G. Post, a professor at Stony Brook University and director of the Center for Medical Humanities, Compassionate Care, and Bioethics, numerous studies point to the health benefits of doing good for others. For one thing, a variety of studies, including a widely cited work by psychologist Frank Reisman, identify the benefits of the helper principle, which holds that helping others is essential to helping oneself. By this reasoning, when you give assistance to others, you aid yourself along on the same journey. We see this commonly practiced in 12-step programs today. By helping others on the road to wholeness, alcoholics, addicts, smokers, dieters, and many others also improve their own lives. Yet this isn't just self-help. People who give assistance to others are also healthier and live longer. Dr. Case cites another study in which 27,000 adults were questioned about job satisfaction and general happiness. People whose work involved helping or serving others were more satisfied with their work and expressed a greater sense of overall happiness than others did. Professions listed among the most gratifying were pastoral ministry, physical therapy, and special education. Other research shows that people who volunteer to help others are happier and in better health. In a study that began in 1956, 427 wives and mothers who lived in upstate New York were studied for 30 years by researchers at Cornell University. The researchers concluded that regardless of number of children, marital status, occupation, education, or social class, the women who engaged in volunteer work to help others at least once a week lived longer and had better physical health than those who did not. Another study found that older people who volunteered 100 hours or more in a single year were 30% less likely to experience limitations in physical function compared to others. In a third study, researchers who analyzed data from 1,500 adults found that people who served as volunteers would have less functional disability 3 to 5 years later. Being kind to others wins friends, influences people, helps you on the road to recovery, and positively impacts your health. I can't think of any better reasons to choose kindness, but if you need one, there is one more. Unkindness harms you more than others. Undoubtedly, some people are difficult to show kindness to. Some people are ornery, hard to get along with, spiteful, or even hostile. It can be especially challenging to show kindness to others when they've been less than gracious with you. Our natural temptation is to get even, take revenge, or try to get one over on the people who've wounded us. There's a good reason to resist that temptation and to show kindness even when it's most challenging to do so. Being unkind to your enemies harms you more than them. For example, when someone does you wrong, you may be tempted to hold a grudge. You bear ill feelings toward the person and perhaps look for ways to get even. All that emotional energy certainly takes its toll, but not on the object of your anger. The harm all comes to you. Think about it. When you hold a grudge, who feels angry? Certainly not the other person. It's likely that whoever you hold a grudge against either doesn't know or care about your spiteful feelings. It's you who carries the stress of that negative emotion. Who loses sleep? Who lives with unresolved tension? Who carries a knot in the pit of the stomach? It's you who suffers from this burden. Holding a grudge has been described as drinking poison and waiting for the other person to die. That isn't far from the truth. Unkindness damages your reputation, your relationships, and even your well-being. Choose kindness. It's the safest thing you can do. Pay it forward. The staff at a Starbucks coffee shop in Newington, Connecticut, could tell you about the power of showing kindness to others. Over a 3-day period around Christmas 2013, they witnessed more than 1,000 drive-through customers cheerfully agreeing to pay for the coffee of the person behind them in line. This broke the store's previous record of 783 people choosing to pass along the act of kindness. The chain reaction began about 8 a.m. on Christmas Eve. Some customers who drove through expected to pay just a couple of dollars for their own coffee, but on learning that the person ahead of them had already paid for it, they happily paid up to $15 more for the person behind them. On Christmas Day, the store opened a gift card for moments when there was no one in line behind a paying customer, and someone contributed $100 to it. Joshua, the store manager, said, "We hope that it will continue on. Even if it doesn't continue on here, we just hope that it will inspire people to do greater things and inspire people to do more for their communities." That's the power of an act of kindness. It prompts others to repeat it. On and on the chain goes, making the world a slightly better place with each unbroken link. When you choose to be tolerant, forgiving, generous, or thoughtful, you release the power of goodness into the world. It ripples from one person to another, and you may never see the ultimate outcome. Choose kindness. Make the decision to treat others with gentleness and respect, even and especially when they don't deserve it. What will be the result? Try it and see. Chapter 11. Celebrate life. Choose joy. Those who know me well, or even a little bit, realize that I have a great sense of humor. I love to laugh and to get others laughing with me. My sons have known this since they were little, and they often ask me to tell stories. They know I've got a boatload of them, and I can get the whole crowd laughing at any family gathering in a matter of moments. What's funny to me is that they love the old stories the best. Here's one that I've told over and over, and it seems every Christmas or 4th of July they'll ask to hear it again. I'm now inflicting it on a third generation of Tolers, my grandchildren. They laugh at it too. See if it doesn't make you smile. Have you heard about the policeman who pulled over a carload of people on vacation? They had just left Memphis, Tennessee on their way to Disney World when the officer stopped them. He walked up to the car and politely said to the driver, "Ma'am, this is an interstate highway and the speed limit is 65. Can you explain why you were going so slow?" She quickly responded, "Sir, I just saw a sign that said 22, not 65. The policeman laughed and said, "Oh, that's not the speed limit. That's the name of the highway you're on, Interstate 22. "Oh, silly me," the woman responded. "Thanks for letting me know. I'll be more careful." The policeman then looked in the back seat and saw her passengers shaking and trembling. They looked scared to death. Quietly, the policeman said to the lady, "Excuse me, but what's wrong with your friends back there? They're shaking something terrible." "I think I know what it is," the woman said. "We just got off Highway 121. It's a silly story, I know, but it does the trick. My grandchildren laugh every time they hear it. There's no better sound in my ears than the laughter of my friends and family. My kids love for me to tell stories, that one in particular, but what they don't realize is that I learned the art of storytelling from my father. When we were growing up, money was scarce. We had no television set, and certainly no money to take trips to an amusement park. But Mom and Dad were determined to create some memories, so we would often load up the car and head for Bluestone State Park in nearby Summers County. The Bluestone Dam had been completed a few years earlier, creating a beautiful lake on New River, and it was a great place for camping. During the day, we would swim in Bluestone Lake or go fishing. In the evening, we'd sit around the campfire and listen to Dad tell stories. He was a marvelous storyteller, and he'd have us boys laughing in no time. And that story about the speed limit, though I've changed some of the details over the years, I originally heard that from my father. I'm not sure where he picked it up, probably from his brothers. What I do know is that my father's sense of humor resides in me. When you're as poor as we were, and every day means more hard work for low wages, you learn to find joy wherever you can. Dad's positive outlook was never dimmed by his circumstances. No matter how bad things got, he had the uncanny ability to rally his own spirits, and ours too, by finding the joy in ordinary things. Unlike today's humor, so much of which depends on crude language or put-downs, Dad had a way of finding the humor in everyday life. He never let a day go by without telling a joke, making pun, pointing out the irony of a situation, or even playing the occasional practical joke. Dad's life was filled with laughter. For a long time, I thought everybody had that outlook. A positive spirit and happy demeanor were all I'd ever seen in my parents. Sure, they were displeased or upset from time to time, but those were moments, never days. After leaving home, I came to see that many people have quite the opposite outlook. They don't just feel sorrow sometimes. They see it everywhere. If there's no drama, they'll create some. They dwell on the negative. I'm so glad my father chose to find the positive in everything. He chose to be happy. By doing so, he gave me the gift of joy. Joy is a choice you make. Positive thinking people choose an attitude of joy. They're eager to make the most of each day, whether it turns out as they plan or not. They aren't afraid to smile, delight in others, or take a day off. They enjoy relationships. The opposite of joy is drudgery, seeing life as an endless series of meaningless tasks. The decision to choose joy is critical because joy is rejuvenating. It renews your spirit, refreshes you, and enables you to keep going. Joy is more than being happy. Many people confuse joy with its little sister, happiness. The two have a lot in common, but joy goes much deeper than happiness, lasting longer than mere superficial excitement or thrills. Best of all, joy is available to you anytime. Happiness is dependent on our circumstances. When the sun is shining, we feel better. When things go our way, we're lighthearted. When we get a raise, fall in love, or win a championship game, we're happy, and rightly so. But you and I both know that those feelings are fleeting. They simply don't last beyond the good times. I heard one football coach put it this way: a win is over on Sunday, but a loss lasts all week. You can be on top of the world one moment, but when the party's over, happiness calls a cab and heads home. Worse, the bad feelings from negative events seem to hang around and never leave. All that adds up to a simple conclusion. Happiness is a feeling you get when things are going your way. Joy is a deep-settled sense of well-being based on your positive outlook. Happiness fades away in minutes. Joy lasts a lifetime. Happiness depends on your circumstances. Joy depends on your attitude. Other people can control your happiness because they have the power to improve or degrade your finances, employment, or relationships. As long as your sense of well-being depends on your circumstances, your happiness is in the hands of others. However, no one else steals your joy because it comes from within you. Joy is a hope-filled, positive response to the world, regardless of the circumstances. If you've thought of joy as forcing happy feelings despite what's happening around you, you've mistaken it for happiness. Both are good, but joy is better. It's the long-lasting byproduct of a positive outlook on life. And here's the best part. You can choose to be joyful. You really can make this choice. If you're balking at the idea that you can choose to be joyful, you're probably still confusing joy and happiness. You do have the power to choose joy, but don't take my word alone. Kay Warren, co-founder with her husband Rick Warren of the well-known Saddleback Church, has this to say about it. Joy is a choice. The level of joy you experience is completely and totally up to you. It's not dependent on anyone else, what they do or don't do, how they behave or don't behave. Not long after those words were written, the Warrens were put to the test when their adult son took his own life after a long battle with mental illness. The family grieved deeply, of course, and shared those emotions with the world. But Kay Warren's positive outlook wasn't diminished. The following year, she said this: "I know that Matthew is okay. He's truly okay. He's not asleep. He has not joined the cosmos. He is not part of the force. He has not ceased to exist. He went straight into the arms of his Savior, Jesus Christ, when his body hit the ground on earth. He was in the presence of God, and in the perfection of heaven, his broken mind was healed. And I'm so grateful for that. And I look forward. I wait for the day when I'll finally see for myself." If her joy had been based on circumstances, it certainly would have evaporated in the face of overwhelming grief. But it didn't disappear, because it's based on a positive outlook on life and the future. If you're still skeptical, consider this evidence from the world of science. Dr. Richard Davidson has built his career on studying happiness and the human brain. His lab at the University of Wisconsin is devoted to understanding how much of our joy level is set at birth and how much we can control. By using a skull cap that contains 128 sensors, Davidson's team can watch a subject's brain respond to stimuli like photographs. They found that some people seem to have happy brains, which means that negative emotions don't linger long inside their heads. Much of that ability was determined in childhood for those who had loving parents. Those early experiences taught the brain how to react to stimuli in a positive manner. That's yet another reason I'm eternally grateful to my parents for giving me a happy life, despite our circumstances. Research in the field of positive psychology has shown that adults can adjust their own feelings of happiness. Antidepressants don't make people happier, they just decrease negative emotions, according to psychologist Sonia Lubomirsky of the University of California, Riverside. She argues that up to 40% of our happiness is left for the intentional activities that we can choose to engage in, the things that we do and think every day of our lives. These practices include showing kindness to others, getting lost in an activity you enjoy doing, and not dwelling on negative thoughts. Lubomirsky has found that people can actually force themselves to feel joy. While it's true that about half of our feeling of happiness or unhappiness results from our genetic makeup, most of the rest can be controlled through our daily thoughts and actions. Research is showing pretty convincingly now that happiness is really within us. It's not outside of us, said Lubomirsky. It's in what we do. It's sort of how we act, how we think every day of our lives. You can choose to have a positive attitude. You can choose to engage in positive adjectives. You can choose to lift your sights above your negative circumstances and be guided by a deeper, longer-lasting sense that the world is good and that tomorrow will be better than today. The greatest discovery of any generation, said psychologist William James, is that a human can alter his life by altering his attitude. You can make a choice for joy. Joy is good for you. One reason to choose joy is that it makes you feel happier. But joy is good for more than just your emotions. It improves your health also. Loma Linda University researchers have demonstrated that the simple anticipation of a scheduled positive experience, like humorous events, can initiate positive changes in neuroendocrine and stress hormone response. In other words, looking forward to a happy experience may be good for you. Dr. Lee S. Burke of Loma Linda University found that endorphin and human growth hormone levels rise in expectation of an upcoming positive experience, that is, even before the event occurs. So, positive things in your day, such as sharing a laugh with a friend, can actually improve your health. In another study, some participants watched self-selected humorous videos and others did not. Blood drawn from the participants showed that those who watched funny videos had 27% more beta endorphins and 87% more human growth hormone. Laughter optimizes the immune system and appears to offset physiological and mood states associated with chronic stress. Chronic stress can suppress immunity, especially antiviral and anti-tumor mechanisms such as natural killer cell activity. I guess this should not be too surprising, said Dr. Burke. After all, we are told in Proverbs 17:22 that a merry heart, if you please, is actually good medicine. Things people do who choose joy. As with each of the other positive choices that have the power to transform your life, the decision to be joyful is both a one-time choice and a daily, even hourly resolution. It's a choice we make many times a day based on our conviction that the world is getting better, not worse, and that tomorrow will be better than today. We choose to be joyful when the traffic is snarled on the way to work. We choose to be upbeat when a coworker steps on that last little nerve. We choose to have a cheerful outlook when we receive bad news or others disappoint us. So how do positive people remain positive? How do they choose joy 100 times a day despite things not going their way? The secret is that they develop positive habits around that choice. Here are 4 things joy-filled people do every day. They don't dwell on the negative. This may seem obvious, but it's good to be reminded that positive people don't simply have a positive overall outlook. They think positive thoughts. They don't dwell on negative circumstances, discouraging news, and all the things that are wrong. They don't complain or indulge in self-pity. Although those negative thoughts may come to mind, people with a joyful outlook simply don't allow them to set up housekeeping in the brain. They see them, acknowledge them, and move on. You don't have to live with every thought that pops into your head. You can choose to change your thought patterns, look for solutions rather than problems, and find reasons to laugh rather than complain. Joyful people think positive thoughts. They laugh a lot. We've already seen the positive effects of laughter, not only on the spirit, but on the brain and body as well. What researchers call mirthful laughter, laughter that rises from humor or happiness, not nervousness or embarrassment, is good for the body and soul. Joyful people realize that feeling happy is temporary, not like true joy. However, happiness also has its place. Joyful people love humor. They share jokes. They smile. And as we know, that positive energy finds its way into the mind and body. Also, joyful people are able to laugh at themselves. Negative thinkers have too much ego wrapped up in everything they do to indulge in self-deprecating humor. Joyful people don't take themselves all that seriously. As a result, they can laugh at their own mistakes, and they don't mind when a good-natured joke is played on them. They can see the humor in everything, including themselves. They celebrate. I've already noted that American workers work longer hours and take less time off than their European counterparts. This productivity-driven mindset can cause us to be too narrowly focused on what's next. This is how drudgery begins. We move from one day to the next, one project to another, one paycheck to another, and we don't stop to review, evaluate, or celebrate. Joyful people know how to celebrate, and they do it often. They celebrate holidays. They celebrate achievements. They join in the celebration of others who have birthdays or special events. They give gifts, throw parties, attend parties, and free the mind from the daily grind of work, school, and chores. This isn't to say that all joyful people are party animals or extroverts. Some of the most joy-filled people I've known are introverts who prefer a quiet evening at home to the thronging crowd at a football game. Even so, they know how to enjoy themselves, and they're not afraid to do so, even if that means reading a good book or enjoying a private dinner with a friend. Negative thinking people are too consumed with doing life to live it. Their focus is always on their immediate circumstances. Positive thinkers know how to stop, pull back, take time away from the grind, and experience joy. They practice a positive lifestyle. There's a direct link between your daily lifestyle and your ability to feel happiness and joy. Just as your mind affects your body, so your body affects your mind. When you're tired, hungry, lacking in energy, or lonely, you're far more likely to dwell on negative thoughts and spiral away from joy into unhappiness. That's why positive thinking people also practice a positive lifestyle. They eat properly because they know that being hungry makes them vulnerable to negative thoughts and feelings, and eating junk food saps their energy both physically and emotionally. They don't waste time, get plenty of sleep, keep themselves active, and avoid any substances that harm the body or cloud the mind. People who choose joy also nearly always choose positive health habits that contribute to a balanced, healthy lifestyle. Choose joy. I can't think of a more apt example of someone who decided to choose joy than that of Ashley Hackshaw. Not only has she chosen to embrace joy despite the difficult circumstances she's faced, she's turned it into a campaign. That all began for this wife, mother, and entrepreneur after the untimely death of her father. A short time later, Hackshaw suffered a miscarriage, only to be diagnosed with uterine cancer. She underwent emergency surgery, then several rounds of intensive chemotherapy. Faced with this series of painful events, how did she emerge with a positive attitude? I decided from day one that I would choose joy every day, and no matter what the outcome, everything is going to be okay. Choose joy became my motto after I found it written on a piece of paper on my dad's desk following his unexpected death in May 2011. With the Choose Joy paper laid out, it was like he had left my family a message. I was extremely blessed to have grown up with parents who had a very positive outlook on life, but the Choose Joy saying helped to pass that message on to others. I think Choose Joy sums up how I try to live each day. I know life isn't always full of rainbows and unicorns, but I know I have a choice to consciously err on the side of positivity. Hackshaw created a purple wristband with the words Choose Joy to help disseminate her positive philosophy. One day I was at Starbucks, and the guy who filled my order said that I was the first person who had smiled at him all morning. I gave him my bracelet and said it was my reminder to be joyful. A simple thing gave us a connection, a smile. It also was a reminder that my attitude, whether good or bad, will impact others, whether it's my friends and family, the clerk at the grocery store, or a random person in line at the ATM. I carry a pack of the bracelets with me always and hand them out to people I meet as I go. I don't know how many people's lives the bracelets will change, but I know that such a simple message has changed mine. There are now more than 24,000 of these bracelets being worn, including by notables such as rock star Tommy Thayer of the band Kiss, Ric Flair of professional wrestling fame, and legendary football coach Mike Ditka. You really do have the ability to choose a positive attitude and a positive feeling, regardless of your circumstances. And when you do, you'll influence others to adopt the same positive, life-affirming outlook. For your own sake, for your family, for the world, choose joy. Chapter 12. Keep going no matter what. Choose perseverance. Sometimes it takes a long time to see the results from having a positive outlook. Most of us expect instant feedback for our efforts, but life doesn't always work that way. If you've been trying to apply the principles of this book so far, you might be thinking something like this. I've been as generous as I can to people for a couple of weeks, but nothing seems to have changed in my life. Or I keep showing kindness to others, but they don't seem to be reciprocating. What you're experiencing is the normal ebb and flow of life. Sometimes change happens all at once, and sometimes it takes a little while to appear. A positive attitude isn't a technique for making your life perfect overnight. It's a lifestyle that takes time to develop and to produce the positive changes you seek. Over the years, I've often reflected on Dad's life and the dreams he had. For a while, I felt only sadness that his vision for a better life for his family was never realized. He dreamed of a positive future for all of us. That's why he took the major step of leaving his job in the mine and moving to Ohio. Then, just when things seemed to be looking up, he was killed in a construction accident, ironically while building a hospital. His life ended without seeing the results he had hoped for. His positive outlook, faith, and determination seemed to amount to nothing. What if that happens to me? I couldn't help but wonder, is all my positive talk really accomplishing anything? Then one day my brothers and I were together for a holiday visit. Since it was a Monday, I was wearing Dad's old Timex, and we got talking about the old days and the course of our lives since then. All three of us graduated from college and found our way into pastoral ministry, where we led growing, healthy congregations. Mark now pastors a thriving church in Oklahoma and has published 2 books. My brother Terry moved into the field of education and is a university vice president. Mom was able to escape the desperate poverty of our early years and live a happy, productive life, including finding loving companionship with my stepdad, Jack Hollingsworth. I've had the privilege of serving in the highest level of leadership for my denomination, speaking to audiences all over the world and publishing more than 90 books. Health, well-being, joy, laughter, loving families, successful careers. This is the result of Dad's positive attitude, forward thinking, and willingness to take risks for his family. His optimistic outlook is now impacting the lives of a 4th generation. He just didn't live to see it. As I wound Dad's old watch again today, I thought again about the many sacrifices he made, all with a smile on his face and never a complaint from his lips. And I remembered the old slogan for these rugged timepieces, "It takes a lickin' and keeps on tickin'." That was Dad, all right. He didn't have to see the results of his effort to know what they would be. He was willing to keep going in spite of all the difficulties he faced, always believing that future would be brighter than the past. And now I realize that by doing so, he gave his family one final legacy: the gift of perseverance. Perseverance rises up from a positive attitude. Life hands out its share of heartache to everyone, and sooner or later it'll be your turn. Happy and successful people aren't deterred by a few hard knocks. They keep going. Positive thinkers find the spiritual and emotional strength to carry on even when they're tired, or the car broke down again, or they've just received bad news, or the weather isn't perfect, or other people tell them they'll never make it. Perseverance is a positive attitude with work boots on. It's the ability to keep going through difficult times based on the belief that the goal can be reached. The opposite of perseverance is despair. Many people quit just before things get better in business and relationships. As a result, they miss out on the very things they've worked so hard to achieve. Both perseverance and despair spring from your basic attitude toward life. Perseverance comes from a positive outlook, a belief that good things are possible, that you're capable, that your choices matter, that you can. Despair results from the opposite belief, that the world is getting worse rather than better, that there'll never be enough resources, that you're powerless to affect change, that you can't. The choice to persevere is critical to reaching your goals because it writes the last chapter of your life. Your decision to persevere will determine your legacy. You can learn to persevere. Perseverance is easy enough to define, but very difficult to practice. Sooner or later, everyone meets resistance in their life, relationships, careers, or goals. Even the best ventures run up against obstacles. There's never been a marriage without a few rough spots, and everyone who sets out to get a college degree, or write a book, or recover from a surgery will face setbacks. We know that it's best to press on and fight through the difficulties, but it's never easy. It's tempting to back off, change course, or just plain quit. Maybe that's why Zig Ziglar referred to failure as the path of least persistence. We've all been there. Most people don't need to be persuaded that perseverance is a good thing. Our need is to be inspired to put that knowledge into practice when it's needed most. It helps to hear stories of great men and women who've done exactly that, kept a positive outlook amid difficult circumstances. Here are a few lessons you can learn from those who've gone before you, a few snapshots of what it looks like to persevere. Notice how each of these characteristics of people who choose to persevere stems from a positive attitude. They keep trying. Many young people dream of becoming sports stars. Emmitt Smith was no different. When he graduated from Escambia High School and headed for the University of Florida, he had dreams of playing in the National Football League. By the time he graduated from college, he had another goal in mind. Smith said, "At the age of 21, I already knew what I needed to do in order to make my mark. I wanted to become the all-time leading rusher. That was an auspicious goal because the record had been established by the great Walter Payton with over 16,000 yards. But Smith was determined, and over the course of 16 seasons in the NFL, he didn't just break the previous record. He shattered it, racking up an astounding 18,355 yards carrying the football. That achievement would be amazing enough in its own right, but when you reflect further on this fact, it becomes downright incredible. Emmitt Smith's average yards per carry during his NFL career was 4.2. That means he carried the football more than 10 miles while being knocked to the ground by someone bigger and stronger than himself every 12 feet. No wonder Jerry Jones, who drafted Smith to play for the Dallas Cowboys in 1990, said this about the 8-time Pro Bowler. Emmitt Smith is about durability. He's about dependability. He's got the heart of a champion. I think it's fair to say that a runner of his kind will not be seen again. No one will perform at that position with that type of production for that length of time again. It's just too hard to do. Perseverance is about getting back up again when you've been knocked to your feet. It means not letting anything or anyone deter you from your goal. People who persevere get up, dust themselves off, and keep trying no matter what. And though I hate to disagree with a great football mind like Jerry Jones, I do believe someone will come along to break Emmitt Smith's record. It will be someone with a tremendously positive attitude and a whole lot of determination. It'll be someone who believes it can be done. They keep the goal in sight. People who persevere keep the object of their pursuit clearly in sight. They don't take their eyes from it. For when you lose sight of the goal, your determination will begin to waver. That's what Florence Chadwick discovered on July 4th, 1952, when she attempted to become the first woman to swim the Catalina Channel, spanning 21 miles from Catalina Island to Palos Verdes, California. At the age of 34, she was already America's greatest long-distance swimmer. In 1950, she had swum the English Channel in 14 hours and 20 minutes, breaking a record that had stood for almost a quarter century. The next year, she swam the channel in both directions. However, as Florence attempted to swim to Catalina Island, the channel was shrouded in fog so thick that the support boats following her could barely see her. On more than one occasion, her team used rifles to drive away the sharks. While America watched on television, she labored on for hours, finally concluding that she couldn't complete the crossing. Despite the urging of her mother and trainer, Chadwick gave up the attempt after 15 hours and 55 minutes. Sadly, she later discovered that she was less than a mile from the shore. Reportedly, Chadwick told a news reporter, "Look, I'm not excusing myself, but if I could have seen land, I know I could have made it." 2 months later, she returned to the Catalina Channel for a second attempt. Though the conditions were just as bleak as before, she was able to keep her mind focused on the goal and made the crossing in just under 13 hours, 48 minutes, breaking a 27-year-old record by more than 2 hours. Florence Chadwick was the first woman to swim the Catalina Channel, a feat she repeated 2 more times. People who persevere have the ability to maintain their focus despite their surroundings. They remind themselves of what they're doing and why. Keeping the end in sight enables you to push through the obstacles, ignore difficulties, and reach your goal. They don't allow failure to define them. Despair is the belief that no good outcome is possible. It's the logical outcome of a negative attitude, for remember that your thoughts shape your identity, your words become your reality, your actions determine your character, your habits predict your future, and your choices change your life, for better or worse. Negative thinkers have a tendency to interpret every negative event in a global sense, meaning that they believe it defines their world, not just their immediate circumstances. So when they experience failure, they consider themselves to be a failure. That negative thought works its way all the way through the chain of thought, work, action, habit, and choice. The only logical outcome is despair. Negative thinkers simply cannot persevere because they allow their failures to define themselves. Positive thinkers never do. They see failure as local, meaning that it indicates only the current circumstance, not the future, and certainly not their identity. Perhaps there's no greater example of this than America's 16th president, Abraham Lincoln. Lincoln now holds mythic status in American culture because of his perseverance through the long struggle against slavery, including the brutal Civil War. Less well known is the fact that prior to being elected president, Lincoln had failed far more often than he had succeeded in nearly every aspect of life. He failed in business at the age of 22. A year later, he ran for the Illinois legislature and was defeated. Undaunted, he entered business again at age 24 and failed again. He was elected to the state legislature at age 25, but had personal problems for the next 2 years. He was subsequently defeated in a bid for Speaker of the legislature, defeated as an elector, and defeated in a run for Congress. He was elected to Congress at age 37, but served only one term. He was defeated in a run for the Senate and defeated as a candidate for vice president. At age 49, he was again defeated in a run for the Senate. When Lincoln was elected president in 1860, at the age of 51, he had lost 8 elections, won only 2, and failed twice in business. Clearly, the man did not allow failure to define him. Failure is not a mirror. It doesn't reflect who you are. It's a single event, something that happened and doesn't need to be repeated. People who persevere do not allow failure to define their identity, determine their thoughts, or shape their future. They view it as they would a textbook or blog post, something to learn from. Think creatively about problems. Negative thinkers see problems as a wall that cannot be scaled. They're absolute barriers. Positive thinkers see problems as opportunities to exercise creative thinking. My friend Scott experienced that while on a vacation in Europe with his wife Jill. We arrived in Brussels at 7 o'clock on a Saturday morning, Scott relates. Jill had planned a layover to see that historic city, so we had to find our way to the hotel. The couple caught a bus at the airport and took it to a transfer stop, where they planned to catch a second bus that would take them within a block of the hotel. It was December, and the temperature was about 40 degrees. A light rain began to fall, and that's when things got interesting. "Where's the transfer bus?" Scott wondered aloud. "I'm sure it will be along any minute," Jill replied, ever the optimist. 20 minutes passed without a single vehicle passing on the street. With limited knowledge of the local language, Scott attempted to decipher the bus schedule posted nearby. That's when it hit him. "This bus doesn't run on Saturday," he said glumly. "As the capital of the European Union, Brussels is a thriving city during the week. On weekends, activity is much slower." "I can't believe this," Scott said, now venting frustration. "It's 7:30 in the morning, there's no traffic on the streets, no buses running, we're dragging our luggage through a strange city, we don't speak the language, and we have no idea where our hotel is. And it's raining." Far from being discouraged, Jill was enthusiastic. "This'll be fun," she said with obvious excitement. "We can think of it like an adventure." "That's when it hit me," Scott said. I'd been looking only at the negatives. In fact, that was a pattern in my life. It took Jill's relentless optimism to help me break free from that. In fact, it was an adventure. The two eventually found a cab, made it to their hotel, and had a great vacation. Negative thinkers see only problems. Positive thinkers look for solutions. Negative thinkers become angry about obstacles. Positive thinkers see them as opportunities. Negative thinkers are so worn down by fatigue, frustration, and anger that they cannot persevere. Positive thinkers are so excited about possibilities that they cannot give up. They believe they can succeed. To achieve any goal, you must first believe it's possible to do so. To persevere through any crisis, you must first believe that the goal can still be reached. That's why positive thinking is essential to perseverance, and perseverance is the natural result of positive thinking. When you think you can, you will. When you think you can't, you won't. Either way, you'll be right. That's how much power your thoughts have in your life. In order to persevere, you must have a positive faith in the future and in yourself. You must think you can. They listened to friends, not critics. The fight against slavery in Great Britain was led by a young politician named William Wilberforce. The campaign began in the 1780s and would take some 50 years to reach its goal. Politics in those days were no less rough and tumble than today, and by 1790, Wilberforce was questioning whether the effort would ever succeed. Many were bitterly opposed to Wilberforce's work, and he was vilified in the press and in Parliament. Then he received a letter dated February 24, 1791, from an icon of British social action, John Wesley, founder of the Methodist movement. Wesley, now 87 and in the twilight of a great career, wrote to the young Wilberforce, "Dear Sir, unless the divine power has raised you up to be an Athanasius against the world, I see not how you can go through your glorious enterprise in opposing that execrable villainy, which is the scandal of religion, of England, and of human nature. Unless God has raised you up for this very thing, you will be worn out by the opposition of men and devils. But if God be for you, who can be against you? Are all of them stronger than God? Oh, be not weary of well-doing. Go on in the name of God and in the power of his might, till even American slavery, the vilest that ever saw the sun, shall vanish away before it." It was the last letter John Wesley ever wrote, and it had its intended effect. Wilberforce decided to persevere. Though it would take another 32 years, the Slavery Abolition Act was passed by Parliament in 1833, abolishing slavery in most of the British Empire. Wilberforce, by then an old man himself, died just 3 days after hearing the news. He was buried in Westminster Abbey. Positive thinkers don't take their cues from critics. They're tuned in to other voices that encourage and inspire them. Friends, colleagues, family members, great leaders of the past and present. When you allow naysayers, critics, negative thinkers, or complainers to have your attention, you won't persevere. When you listen to those who love you, support you, and hold you accountable, you'll succeed. Choose perseverance. As you begin to apply the principles of positive thinking to your life, you're bound to face setbacks, difficulties, and problems. You'll need perseverance. Remember that positive thinkers don't dwell on the past or even present circumstances. Their vision is set on the future, which they know will be brighter than today. That positive mental framework enables you to persevere. Take this lesson from the lowly bamboo plant. Although it's technically considered a species of grass, bamboo is one of the strongest natural materials and is prized as a building material in certain parts of the world. It has a higher compressive strength than either wood, brick, or concrete, and its tensile strength is nearly as great as steel. But if you want to plant your own bamboo forest, you'll need a healthy dose of perseverance. You see, this amazing plant grows deep before it grows tall. This means that for many months, or even years after planting, there's no visible growth at all. While the plant is gaining strength below the surface, the bamboo farmer must wait patiently, trusting that the hardy plant will eventually emerge from the ground. There's nothing to do but wait. It's a lesson in perseverance. In time, however, that perseverance is rewarded. When the bamboo shoots do emerge during the rainy springtime, they grow at an incredible rate. Some species can grow up to 3 feet in a single day. That's nearly 1.5 inches every hour. Imagine the loss for a bamboo farmer who failed to persevere. What would it be like to patiently water and tend the ground for month after month, then fail to miss the incredible harvest? Make the choice to keep going when things seem difficult or even impossible. Never allow present circumstances to pull your vision away from the future. Make the choice to persevere. Part 3. Becoming a positive person. Shaping your life for the better. Change doesn't come easily. By now, you've already experienced that. As with making any positive change in your life, such as losing weight, getting in better physical shape, or improving a relationship, you've undoubtedly discovered that adopting a positive outlook isn't as easy as it seems. Reversing years of negative thought and behavioral patterns will take time and effort, but it can be done. To become a positive thinker, you need more than a strong desire and a burst of motivation. Even knowing the specific life areas that need change and which choices you need to make will not be enough. You have the desire to change, and you have a direction for change. What you need now is a plan. Part 3 provides that. Here is a clear plan for reclaiming your life, one step at a time. You'll discover the 3 important arenas in which you must make change in order to leverage the power of a positive attitude: your mind, your daily habits, your relationships. For each arena, you'll find clear action plans that will give you the pathway you need to be successful in your quest to live a healthier, more successful, positive life. In the next 3 chapters, you'll learn how to gain and keep the positive attitude that will shape your life for the better. You'll identify the practical steps you can take to adjust your attitude and ensure it stays that way. You can become a positive person. Chapter 13. Rebooting your brain for a positive outlook. Change your future by renewing your mind. Your mind is the first critical arena in which you must do battle in order to escape the trap of negative thinking and adopt a positive attitude. If you're going to enjoy all the benefits of a positive outlook, an increased sense of well-being, more joy, greater opportunities, deeper relationships, and a higher level of success in life, you must first renew your mind. But how? Negative thinking is more than a disease. It's a pattern, a rut that's etched onto your brain from years and years of practice. If you've ever tried to break a long-time habit or make sweeping changes in a tradition-bound institution, or quite literally teach an old dog new tricks, then you know that long-ingrained patterns of thought are extremely difficult to break. The good news is that it can be done. Many people before you have made the journey from negative thinker to ebullient optimist, and you can too. To begin that journey, we'll find direction in a place that has been a source of hope, inspiration, and positive change to countless people: the Bible. One of the most powerful statements in the writings of any faith tradition comes from a man named Paul, who wrote many of the Christian scriptures. In his longest and best-known writing, Paul said this: "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." As a young person, I discovered those words, and they've truly changed my life. The secret to gaining and keeping a positive attitude is contained there, and it's so simple. These words confirm what we've already noted both from psychological research and life experience. If you want to make a positive change in your life, you must first change your mind. Your thoughts are the key. A second important element is contained in that statement also, right at the beginning. Notice the words, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world." In other words, to transform your life, you must be willing to separate yourself from the culture around you, which is largely negative. You must recognize the ways in which you've been sucked into the whirlpool of negativity that surrounds you and break free from the patterns of thought, speech, and behavior that go along with them. So taking Paul's words as a guide, the first step to rebooting your mind so you can adopt a positive attitude is to break the old patterns of thought, and the second is to develop new thinking. Let's put some practical steps behind each of those objectives so that you can reboot your brain, renew your thoughts, and adopt a positive outlook. Break the old patterns. My home in Oklahoma is surrounded by greenery, and I sometimes watch the birds that come and go through the seasons. Hummingbirds are my favorites. These little magicians flit here and there, pausing to hover in midair as they look for something sweet to imbibe through their delicate bills. They're attracted to the color red, which is why hummingbird feeders typically have bright red on them somewhere. And they love nectar. That means hummingbirds are easy to attract. All you need is sugar water and red food coloring. They're always attracted to what's bright and sweet. There's another type of bird that shows up on my property from time to time, and it couldn't be more different from the hummingbird. These birds are much larger, and they can often be seen soaring high overhead or perched on the very top branches of a tree. These birds ride thermal currents in the air and use their keen sense of smell to locate rotting flesh. I'm speaking, of course, of the turkey vulture. These scavengers fly over much of the same range as the hummingbird, but they don't see bright colors and savor sweet smells. Instead, they're attracted to what is dead, decaying, and foul. In seeking to adopt a positive outlook, you're undertaking the arduous task of transforming yourself from a turkey vulture into a hummingbird. You're moving from a lifetime of thoughts, words, actions, and habits that focus on the negative, what's not right, not hopeful, difficult, and discouraging, to seek what's bright and sweet, hope, joy, gratitude, kindness, and the other attributes of a positive attitude. In short, you must break the old negative patterns of thought. Here are 3 steps to doing just that. Take a mental inventory. Your first step in breaking old patterns of negative thought will be to take a mental inventory. Your goal here is to assess your thoughts and determine exactly where you need to change. To do this, I suggest that you adopt the same technique used by successful dieters and budgeters. It's been proven that people who keep a food diary, that is, who write down everything they eat all day, are far more successful at losing weight than those who don't. Also, people who keep a record of everything they spend are far more successful at living on a budget. There's something about putting your behavior in black and white that clarifies reality and motivates change. You can leverage that power by keeping a thought diary. Try this for a week or longer. You'll need some place to record your diary, but it doesn't have to be fancy. A small notebook, your smartphone or computer, or a simple piece of paper will do. The important thing is that you record your thoughts. To keep your diary, it's not necessary to record every word you think all day. That would take too much time and space, though it would be revealing for you to read. It will be enough to pause no fewer than 3 times each day and record your thoughts and reactions for the previous period of time. Give special attention to these things: your mood, your reactions to the things people say to you, your reactions to the things that happen around you, including the weather, traffic, happenings at home or work, your reactions to ideas that are proposed to you, actions you consider taking, your words. At the end of each day, assess your thought activity by asking yourself these questions. Was my mood generally positive, negative, or neutral? What accounts for that mood? Were my responses to people mostly positive or negative? Why? Were my responses to the things that happened today mostly positive or negative? Why? Were my responses to new ideas mostly positive or negative? Why? How much did I engage in any of these negative types of speech? Complaining, naysaying, criticizing, belittling, arguing, using profanity. To what degree did I engage in any of these positive types of speech? Complimenting, affirming, encouraging, suggesting, consoling, motivating. Which of my actions or planned actions were the result of negative forces, such as fear or anger? Which of my actions or planned actions were the result of positive forces such as hope and joy? How much did I worry today? What effect did it have on me or others? Overall, did I display an attitude that was more negative or more positive today? After just a few days of this exercise, you'll begin to see the ways that negative thinking may have a grip on your life. Take a media fast. The negativity of the world around us affects us in a variety of ways, many of them quite subtle. Complaining, naysaying, and gossiping may arise chiefly from our immediate surroundings at home, work, or school, yet there's more to negative thought than complaining. Materialism, a victim mentality, insults as humor, and the culture of outrage all come to us from beyond our person-to-person conversations. They come to us through the media. Your consumption of mass media and social media has a tremendous impact on your thinking, whether you realize it or not. What you see and hear on television, videos, the internet, social media, and good old-fashioned print media all pull you inexorably toward the culture of negative thought. Think about it. How much of what you see in the media is positive and uplifting? Most of it is sensationalized, sexualized, or steeped in controversy. Why? Because that's what gets attention, and the communications media thrive on attention. The cumulative weight of the negative images, bawdy humor, anger, and disparaging comments are bound to affect your mental outlook. You simply cannot break the patterns of negative thinking in your mind unless and until you address your consumption of negative words, sounds, and images through mass media, internet, and social media. To jumpstart your shift to a positive outlook, declare a total fast from the media for a period of time. I recommend 3 weeks, but even a few days will be enough to show you how great a volume of negative thought you receive through these channels and how much better you feel without them. This isn't to say that the media, internet, and social communications are bad in themselves. Far from it. They can be tremendously positive tools in our lives if we use them that way. For that to be the case, you must first see how negatively they're impacting you. To do that, you need a period of media silence. Your mind is probably rebelling at that prospect. You're wondering, how can I live without social media? The very fact that you're asking that question should indicate how deeply these communication channels are embedded into your life and your lifestyle patterns. That alone should give you a reason to take a break. Here's how a media fast works. First, set a time to fast. Don't be afraid to make this challenge. If you think you can't last longer than a day, set it for a week. Make your goal longer than you think you can tolerate. That's the first step in breaking this pattern. Next, enlist the support of those around you. Tell your family members what you're doing and why, and ask for their help in achieving your goal. Enlist the help of a friend who can act as an accountability partner. Telling others will both garner their support and give you an added reason to stick to your fast when it becomes difficult. Third, consider the minimum communication you must have in order to function in your various roles, in your family, as a student, an employee, or a boss. If you need to be available by phone, keep your phone on. Just disable or hide the communications apps. If you need to use the internet for work, do so. If you need to use the internet for work, do so. Just be sure that your use is for legitimate work purposes only. Fourth, shut down. This will take a bit of time and planning because these communication tools are woven so tightly into our lives. Shut off the alerts on your phone and don't carry it with you every moment. You may want to move the television out of your bedroom or living room to break the daily habit of switching it on. Fifth, replace the time spent on media and communications with more positive thought activities. Rather than surfing the internet, read an uplifting book. During your commute, spend time planning your day rather than listening to talk radio. Conversation, recreation, exercise, napping, housework, All these are positive alternatives to soaking up the negative thought and energy you would otherwise receive through the media. Sixth, reflect on your experience. What aspects of the media did you miss? Why is it so difficult to unplug? What are you learning about yourself? What do you notice in others now that you're not constantly wired? What negative thoughts, images, and attitudes are now beginning to fade? How do you feel about the experience? What will you want your media experience to look like moving forward? Seventh, plan your re-entry. A media fast isn't intended to be permanent. It's an adjustment period to identify and break old patterns of thought and behavior. You'll return to media consumption at some point, so plan what you'd like your media use to look like. How will you limit the time spent on social media? What will you do to limit or counter the negativity you'll hear each day through the news? What permanent deletions will you make from your media consumption? As a warning, let me say that your first time consuming media after a fast will be jarring. You'll realize that you'd been soaking up a lot of negativity, complaints, insults, sexualized advertising, angry rhetoric, and the like. You may wonder how you ever coped with that constant flow of negative thought. That jarring experience will be a confirmation that you've taken positive steps to break the patterns of negative thought in your life. Select companions carefully. Just as the media has had a great effect on your thinking, so do your friends and associates. Motivational speaker Jim Rohn teaches what he calls the law of averages, and one aspect of this is that you're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Think about that for a moment. Who are the people you're around the most? Who has the greatest input into your life? Whose voices do you hear most often? Whose status updates do you most often read? Who are you taking your cues from? Without realizing it, many of us have surrounded ourselves by negative thinkers. That shouldn't be surprising if you've been mired in negative thought yourself. You surround yourself with people who think as you do, and you begin to think as they do. It's a self-perpetuating cycle. To break free from negative thought, you must set boundaries on the time you spend with negative people. You cannot immerse yourself into a break room filled with complainers and hope to escape with a positive outlook. If you hang around people who gossip and think negatively about others, you'll begin to do it too. Carefully select the company you keep. Breaking the old patterns of thought may mean breaking or at least altering some patterns of association. Develop new thinking. Breaking old patterns of thought and behavior is the first step in transforming your attitude. The second step is to renew your mind. It isn't enough to simply throw out the old. You must replace it with something better. Give your self-image a makeover. We conquer destructive feelings by identifying them, rejecting them, and replacing them with healthy thoughts. That includes negative thoughts about yourself. Many people are their own worst critic. The voice they hear telling them that they won't amount to much or can't succeed isn't coming from a parent, a coach, or a boss, but from themselves. To break that pattern and improve your thinking about yourself, begin by making an honest assessment of your harmful thoughts and failures. Do you have a tendency to say, "I'm so stupid," when you make a mistake? Do you look at the mirror and think, "Ugh, I'm ugly"? Your first step to change is to be aware of what you're doing. Next, turn away from those thoughts. Simply reject them and replace them with more positive and true statements about yourself. When you make a mistake, say, "Everybody's human, and I've gained a valuable lesson here." If you're unhappy with your appearance, tell yourself, "I'm beautiful, just as God made me, and I'm going to get myself in the best possible shape." Fill your mind and heart with true positive thoughts about yourself. Never allow yourself to dwell on failure, talk yourself down, or believe that you cannot succeed. Give your self-image a makeover. Many people find it helpful to make positive affirmations about themselves, particularly during stressful or difficult times. This isn't hokum, and there's no magic to it. It simply means repeating aloud the positive things you know to be true about yourself. The effect on your self-esteem will be tremendous. The next time you're nervous about a presentation at work, look yourself in the mirror and say, you're well prepared and you're going to shine. When someone insults you or ignores you, say to yourself or someone else, I am a good, lovable person. There's nothing wrong with me. This isn't a denial of your problems. It's simply a rejection of the false opinions that you or others have had concerning yourself. Choose positive inputs. We've already talked about how negative input can skew your thinking toward the negative. The same is true in the opposite direction. Positive input into your mind will build your positive attitude and help you maintain it. Here are 3 critical areas in which you must carefully screen your inputs and choose to dwell on the positive. Friends. The power of negative friends to pull your life in a negative direction is obvious. Positive thinking friends will likewise help raise your positive mental attitude. Who are the most positive people you know? At work, who's the can-do person? Which of your friends seem to have the most joy? Which ones seem the most successful where it counts, in family, relationships, and integrity? Choose to spend more time around these people. Look for ways to be in their circle and soak up their positive thoughts and influence. Media. After your media fast, you'll have a good idea where the negativity is coming from in your reading, viewing, listening, and use of social media. Where are the positive sources? Which radio stations play the most positive music? Which news outlets present the most balanced, hopeful vision of the world? Which social media platforms fill you with hope, humility, and a positive vision? What authors inspire you to be the best you can be? Choose to invite more of these voices into your mind. It will change your thinking for the better. Private thoughts. Perhaps no input into your mind is more powerful than the private thoughts you choose to entertain. If these thoughts are negative, anger, revenge, envy, coveting, and the like, you'll be dragged into negative thinking no matter how many good external inputs you have. To be fully successful in adopting a positive outlook, you must choose to dwell on positive thoughts. No one can control this but you. Choose to invite positive thoughts into your mind. Whatever is wholesome, positive, hopeful, inspiring, and challenging. Whatever fuels you, motivates you, and lifts your sights to a better future. Think about such things. Review your achievements at the end of each day, making positive plans for tomorrow. Talk about the message or craft of a movie or a book with a friend. Engage the thinking of others through reading thoughtful blogs. Don't ignore negative thoughts or experiences. Simply notice them, learn what you can from them, and move on. Let your mind rest on the positive thoughts that will feed your positive attitude. Stretch yourself. A third way to renew your mind is to continually improve it. You can do this by committing yourself to being a lifelong learner. Stretch your mind by considering new ideas and having new experiences. Challenge yourself to meet new people and learn how they think. Look for opportunities for learning through your work. Don't allow yourself to become complacent intellectually. By constantly challenging yourself to grow, you'll learn new things, gain fresh insights into old problems, and create a steady stream of positive thoughts and ideas into your mind. It's time for a mind change. Dr. Norman Vincent Peale wrote, "And now we get down to 2 magic words that tell us how to accomplish just about anything we want to accomplish. 2 powerful words that can change any situation. 2 dynamic words that all too few people use. And what are these 2 amazing words? Do it." Now is the time for you to do it by putting the learning from this book into action. Up to now, we've been talking theoretically about the power of your attitude and drawing the connection between your outlook, your thoughts, your words, actions, habits, choices, your life. Now is the time to form your own practical plan for combating the power of negative thinking in the first critical arena of your life, your mind. Let's begin with step 1 in your battle for the mind, breaking negative patterns. When will you begin your thought journal? Who will you invite to join you on this process? For what period of time will you commit to journaling your thoughts? Will you begin today? When will you schedule your media fast? How long will you fast? Who will encourage you and hold you accountable in this? Begin now to make an inventory of friends and associates who have the most input into your life. Identify those who are the most positive so you can maximize your time with them. Also, identify those who are negative influences on you. How will you reduce or eliminate that negative input? Now let's talk about renewing your thoughts. How much of your negative thinking stems from a negative view of yourself? Is this view accurate? With whom can you discuss your feelings about yourself to test their validity? Who can offer positive, constructive comments about you and your attitude, both the things that are positive and those that may need to change? When will you seek out this person? What are the positive sources of input you can feed into your mind? What lifestyle changes must you make so you can spend more time and energy gaining from these sources? Finally, how will you challenge yourself to keep growing? Your mind must be continually fed, just like your body. How will you stretch yourself, challenge yourself to new learning, and expose yourself to new ideas and experiences? What lifestyle changes will you have to make in order to do that? When will you begin? I believe in you. You have what it takes to win in the first arena where you must battle negative thinking in order to establish a positive attitude. You can win the battle of the mind. Let's do this. Chapter 14. Leveraging the mind-body connection. Improve your attitude by improving your daily habits. Quality improvement is a term we hear most often in business, but it can be applied to your life as well. When we talk about quality of life, many people think about issues related to illness or aging, such as diminished physical capacity or chronic pain. But there's more to the quality of your life than the things you're able to do. What I call total quality life is experiencing a high level of success and satisfaction in 4 areas: mind, body, resources, and spirit. I've found that it's more difficult to gain and maintain a positive attitude when any one of these areas is chronically out of alignment. A positive attitude springs from a total quality life. To complete the transformation of your attitude, you'll need to bring other areas of your life into alignment so they'll support your goal. In the last chapter, we talked about the specific ways to transform your attitude by renewing your mind. Changing your thoughts is critical to changing your outlook. However, your body gets a vote here too. How you feel, your levels of stress, your health, your resources, all these things can impact your attitude. While it's possible to keep a positive outlook in spite of illness, poverty, or extreme stress, it's only wise to recognize that your daily actions and habits with regard to your health and finances also shape your outlook. That brings us to the second critical arena in which you must exert control over your life if you're to make the transformation to a positive attitude: your daily habits. In this chapter, I'll show you how to support your attitude transformation by making simple, practical changes to your lifestyle. I wrote extensively about this process in my book, Total Quality Life: Strategies for Purposeful Living. If you're starting from scratch and developing positive personal habits, I highly recommend that book as well. For our purposes here, let me give you some practical actions that will further the lifestyle that supports a positive attitude. Realize that you need a life change. The first step to developing a positive lifestyle is to realize you need to make changes in how you live in addition to how you think. As we've already seen, there's an undeniable link between your mind and body. How you think affects how you feel, the choices you make, the habits you develop, and ultimately the future course of your life. It's vital to recognize that this connection is a two-way street. That means your habits affect the daily choices you make, which in turn affect your feelings and thoughts. Think of your mind and body as a V8 engine. Those powerful, compact motors have 4 pistons on each side, but they'll all push on the same crank. For the engine to run smoothly, all of them must work in harmony. Though they appear to be opposing one another, the pistons are really pushing in the same direction. Your mind and body are like that. They must work together to produce a wholesome, healthy outlook. It does no good to fill your mind with positive thoughts while ignoring your body, or worse yet, doing things that undermine the positive choices you're making. To maintain a positive outlook, you need to get your mind and body working in concert, like a finely tuned engine. This could require some major changes in your life. If you've been steeped in negative thinking for years, your entire lifestyle may be negative. Eating habits, physical condition, work habits, money management, any or all of these may be out of alignment due to a chronically negative outlook. If so, you'll need to dedicate serious effort and attention to developing a total quality life. Reading this book on positive thinking is a great start, but you must bring your body along with you on this journey to transform your life. To do that, you must embrace the fact that some major changes are needed. Change begins with a decision. Decide today that you'll develop the healthy habits that support positive living. Develop healthy daily routines. We've already seen that your habits predict your future. The good news there is that if you can enlist your daily routines in supporting your lifestyle changes, your success is practically guaranteed. The secret is to turn these positive behaviors into habits, things you do daily without thinking about them. For example, you don't make a decision every day about whether to brush your teeth. You make one decision, develop a habit around it, and before long, you're doing it without a second thought. When you automate a positive behavior, it will support your positive attitude for years to come. Here are 5 healthy habits you should add to your daily routine, if they're not there already. Each of them will improve your physical health and thereby support your transformation to a positive attitude. Eat properly. North Americans generally have terrible eating habits, which accounts for the multi-billion-dollar diet industry. We eat poorly, then pay people to tell us not to. If you struggle to maintain your weight, suffer from diabetes, or have another health condition that's impacted by your diet, you must recognize the negative impact that poor eating will have on your body, your emotions, your sense of well-being, and ultimately your attitude. To support your positive attitude, improve your health by eating properly. I'm certainly not a physician, so I don't give dieting advice. However, I believe that the best eating plan is one that's balanced, provides adequate nutrition, and enables you to maintain or lose weight as necessary. Avoid food regimens that promise instant weight loss, a quick fix to health problems, require the purchase of supplements or specific food products, or aren't validated by scientific medical studies. Eat nutritious, balanced meals, and you'll improve your health, your sense of well-being, your energy, and your attitude. If you're used to overeating, consuming junk food, or other unhealthy dietary habits, this will take a significant effort to change. Enlist the support you need and determine that you'll create healthy habits around your eating. Exercise frequently. As with dieting, there's an entire industry built up around supporting individual exercise and physical conditioning. Again, I don't claim to be an expert in the field, but I do know that an active lifestyle with consistent physical activity makes for a healthy body and a positive outlook. In my opinion, you don't have to be an athlete to be healthy. You can develop positive exercise habits around walking, biking, or other forms of low-impact activity. Done properly, these can deliver enough activity to keep most people fit. Remember, physical activity is anything that makes you move your body and burn calories. How much exercise do you need? Your doctor can tell you for sure. However, to maintain overall cardiovascular health, the American Heart Association currently recommends at least 30 minutes of moderate intensity aerobic activity at least 5 days per week, or at least 25 minutes of vigorous aerobic activity at least 3 days per week, plus moderate to high-intensity muscle strengthening activity at least twice a week. Clearly, to hit targets like that, you'll have to be intentional about it. In other words, you'll need to make physical activity or exercise a daily habit. Do it first thing in the morning, or in the evening, or whenever works for you. Just do it consistently, and you'll have more energy and a better outlook. Get more rest. Most people need about 8 hours of sleep each night, but many people get far less. Lack of sleep is now a recognized issue in our society, with the Centers for Disease Control labeling it a public health problem. If you have difficulty falling asleep, waking up, or sleeping through the night, or if you nod off unintentionally during the day, you may not be getting enough sleep or enough quality sleep. Lack of sleep depletes your physical and mental energy. It makes simple tasks harder, undermines your creativity, and makes you more vulnerable to stress. In short, it's an attitude killer. To support your change to a positive attitude, you need healthy sleep habits. Here are some tips that may help you get more rest, feel better, and maintain a positive outlook. Set a consistent bedtime and rising time. Successful people often have highly structured sleep habits, including a set bedtime and end-of-the-day routines. Get to bed at a consistent hour, and you'll be more likely to get good sleep. Don't eat a lot in the evening. Digesting a heavy meal will keep your body awake when your mind is trying to fall asleep. To fall asleep faster, eat sparingly after dinner. Avoid caffeine. I love a good cup of coffee, but I avoid it in the afternoon and evening so the stimulant effect of caffeine won't interrupt my sleep. Remember that many soft drinks also contain caffeine. Create a bedtime routine. This may sound juvenile, but it's part of building a habit. Doing the same things each day before falling asleep prepares your body to relax, whether that's brushing your teeth, reading, putting the dog out, laying out your clothes for the morning, or other actions. Developing a shutdown pattern will help you sleep faster and sounder. Take a consistent day off. I believe everyone needs one full day each week for rest and restoration. Working 7 days a week increases your stress level and drains you mentally as well as physically. Take a consistent day off and relax. Get adequate rest, and you'll feel better. Feel better, and it will be that much easier to maintain a positive outlook. Meditate daily. There's more to you than meets the eye. I believe each of us has a body, a mind, and a spirit, that unseen part of you that's the real you. To be healthy and whole, you must tend to your spirit as well as your mind and body. As a pastor, I've seen up close the effect that neglecting the spirit can have on a person's well-being and that of his or her loved ones. My own spiritual practices involve daily prayer, reading of Scripture, and personal reflection. These simple activities keep me spiritually centered and at peace. Without those daily times of prayer and reflection, it would be much more difficult to maintain a relentlessly positive outlook. Use the spiritual practices that work best for you, and don't neglect your heart. It's impossible to maintain a positive outlook when you have disharmony within. Balance your stress. Stress is anything that places pressure on you, mentally, physically, or emotionally. You undoubtedly have many sources of stress in your life, some positive and some negative. It's impossible to avoid all stress, and you wouldn't want to. Hosting a party involves stress, but it's also a delight. That's a positive stressor. Having a run-in with your boss causes stress too, the negative kind. You can't avoid all negative stresses, though you can mitigate them. If you have a difficult relationship with a family member, that's a negative stressor. However, you'd rather relieve the stress or balance it with positive things than eliminate the relationship. The problem with stress is that it drains your reserve energy, thereby making it harder to keep a positive outlook. When you're overstressed, it's much easier to entertain negative thoughts and allow your attitude to drift. Here are practical strategies for balancing the stress in your life so that it doesn't siphon off your momentum toward positive transformation. Avoid negative stressors when possible. You probably already know the people or situations that cause you the most stress. Some of them can be avoided entirely. Choose not to place yourself in situations that are loaded with negative stress. Alleviate negative stressors that you can't avoid. You can't avoid bad weather, flight delays, traffic, or deadlines at work. These things may be stressful, but they're a fact of life. When you face negative stressors, minimize their impact by expecting them, preparing for them, and taking control of them when possible. Saying, "Ugh, on top of everything else, it's raining," belies a victim mentality. If you've read the weather report and prepared for inclement weather, you can say, "Glad I brought an umbrella." Though the stress is still there, it impacts you less. Think for a moment about the major negative stressors on your mind, body, and emotions. Now that you've recognized them, what can you do to anticipate them, prepare for them, and take control of those situations? Balance negative stress with self-care. Pushing toward a major project deadline is stressful. You may not be able to avoid that stress, but you can balance it by tending to your physical and emotional needs. After working hard to meet a goal, reward yourself with an activity you enjoy. If you have to spend time with a person who stresses you, perhaps you can balance that by spending that time at your favorite restaurant. I'm not talking about being self-indulgent or using food or other substances as a coping device. I simply mean that you should pay attention to your physical and emotional needs and balance the negative with something positive. Manage positive stressors. When dealing with positive stressors, it's important to know your limits. Because these stressors often result from things we enjoy, it's tempting to say yes to too many positive stressors at once. For example, you might enjoy participating in a bicycle race, attending a friend's wedding, and building a fence around your backyard. But you probably shouldn't attempt all those things on the same weekend. Each one is good, but each also brings busyness, expenses, physical exertion, and a drain of emotional energy. Those may be positive stresses, but the combination is overwhelming. Know your limits and keep your positive stressors in balance. Above all, keep a good attitude. The best stress buster is a light heart. Remain hopeful, humble, and joyful, and stress will have less impact on you. Develop positive financial habits. Before we leave the subject of the mind-body connection and its impact on your outlook, there's one additional area of life we must consider: your personal finances. Perhaps no other aspect of life has greater potential to impact the total quality of your life as this one. While it's true that people of very modest means can have a great outlook, and the wealthiest of people can have a terribly negative attitude, it's also true that money, either its lack or its abundance, can dominate your thinking, generate stress, and impact your physical health. To build and safeguard a positive outlook, you need positive strategies for thinking about and handling your resources. Here are some good financial habits you need to develop. Never make wealth your goal. The first step to developing positive financial habits is to develop the right attitude toward money. Think of money as a means, never as an end. While there's nothing wrong with profiting from good ideas and hard work, those who make the pursuit of wealth a primary goal in life often place themselves in line for a variety of heartaches. Money makes a great servant, but a terrible master. Aim to provide for your family, succeed in life, build a thriving business, write a best-selling book, become a notable musician, or compete in the highest levels of a sport. Any of those are great ambitions. Aiming to get rich is not, though that may well be the result of your success in other areas. To ensure that your shortage of money doesn't derail your positive attitude, keep money in its proper place in your life. Treat it as a tool, not an object of desire. Live within your means. While that may sound obvious, it's anything but that for the millions of people who accrue more and more debt each year. If you're carrying balances on a credit card or consumer loans, that means you've been living above your means, borrowing money to fill in the gap between income and spending. Living with debt is stressful, and it inhibits your ability to give generously, which should be the natural byproduct of a positive attitude. To begin or continue living within your means, you need to develop a household budget. A budget is simply a spending plan. When you budget your income, you're planning how you'll spend your money before you actually spend it. That helps you make wise choices. There are many free tools available for budgeting, but the idea is simple. 1. List all your anticipated income. 2. List all your planned expenditures. 3. Adjust the expenses to ensure that they're less than your income each month. Save and invest. Once you begin living within your means, you'll have extra money that you can save or invest. First, put away some rainy day money for emergency spending. Second, apply your financial strength to paying off debts. Third, invest money to build financial strength for education, major purchases, or retirement. When you begin to build some financial reserves, your stress level due to finances will be greatly decreased. As a result, you'll enhance your ability to keep a positive outlook. Avoid debt. As we've noted, if you're borrowing money, it means you're living above your means. Borrowing money is a poor financial choice for most households, other than to buy a home. When you've been diligent at managing and saving money, you should build the financial strength to handle household emergencies, home repairs, and even a replacement automobile. Building financial strength is invigorating, and it's great for your attitude. Debt, on the other hand, is demoralizing and places negative stress on your mind. Avoid debt, and you'll strengthen your ability to maintain a positive focus. Give generously. Generous giving has two benefits in terms of building your positive attitude. First, it feels wonderful to bestow a financial or material blessing on those who need it. What a boost that is for your positive outlook. Second, and this is something you might not expect, giving money away actually makes it easier to manage. It sounds odd, but it's true. When you commit yourself to giving to others, either to your church, a favorite charity, or some other worthy means, you force yourself to value your remaining funds more highly and to think more carefully about your spending. The result is that your finances will likely improve even though you have less money to work with. Generosity is a blessing both to the giver and the receiver. Try it and see. Build your support system. While we're talking about the mind-body connection, let me give you some interesting facts about your own body. Are you aware that you have 206 bones in your skeletal system? That is, unless you're one of the 0.2% of the population that has an extra rib just above your collarbone. Though the old folk song says that the knee bone's connected to the thigh bone, there's one bone in your body that's not connected to anything. The hyoid, a horseshoe-shaped bone in your throat, located between the chin and thyroid cartilage. It's the only human bone not connected to another. Some parts of your body have many more bones than others do. For example, each hand includes 26 bones, and each foot comprises 27. That means your hands and feet together contain more than half the bones in your body. Bones are incredibly hard. Pound for pound, they're harder than steel. And they're so important to your health and well-being that doctors have been creating prosthetic bones to replace damaged ones for centuries. While modern physicians seem to have perfected the artificial knee and hip, credit goes to the Egyptians for inventing the very first prosthetic bone, a big toe. some 3,000 years ago. Feel your elbow right now. That bone places you among the mere 2% of all living creatures that have a skeletal system. That means you, unlike spiders, mollusks, and of course the jellyfish, have an internal structure that gives you support and strength. No one looking at you can see your skeleton, but it's there, supporting every move you make, from your smile, the mandible and maxilla, to your speech, the hyoid, to your cheerful wave, the humerus, radius, ulna, and all 26 bones in your hand. Without a strong skeleton, you wouldn't be able to walk, talk, or stand upright. It's your unseen support system. Your lifestyle habits are just that for your positive outlook, the unseen system that supports and enables it to continue. Your consistent daily, weekly, and monthly practices set you up for success in the life transformation you're attempting, and they support you in maintaining a positive outlook day after day, year after year. Eating properly, getting enough sleep, balancing stress, meditating, saving money. Each of these bones in the skeleton of your lifestyle underlies the positive choices that you wish to make. Being well rested enables you to choose perseverance. Being free from financial stress helps you make the choice to be generous. Being physically fit and energetic makes it so much easier to choose perseverance when things get tough. You need the unseen skeleton of positive daily routines and habits to support your life transformation. So again, let me challenge you to action. Which of the habits that support your strong mind-body connection are you lacking? Which do you most urgently need to develop? What might your life look like if you were able to develop total quality in your health, emotional life, and finances? What's the next step you need to take to develop healthy life habits? And when will you do it? Chapter 15. Becoming a positive influence. Help yourself by helping others. You don't live in isolation. Every day you come into contact with dozens of people, potentially thousands, in personal conversations or while commuting, shopping, working, or using the internet. That means every day other people have an opportunity to influence how you think, feel, and respond. They get some input into your day and your outlook. But the converse is true as well. Each day, you have the opportunity to influence others through your demeanor, your words, and your actions. Your outlook will have an effect on those around you. What will be the net effect of your interactions with others? Will they exert negative influence over you, causing you to slip into negative thoughts, negative words, and negative choices? Or will you exercise a greater sway over them, leading them toward a positive chain of thought, speech, and action? Your day will almost certainly not be neutral. Either you'll influence others to think positively, or they'll influence you in a different direction. That's why the third arena in which you must make life changes in order to create and maintain a positive attitude is so important. Your relationships can either lift you up or drag you down in your quest for a positive future. The bottom line is that to keep a positive outlook, you must become a person of influence. You must counter the negative drift of the culture around you by being a lighthouse of positive thought, positive speech, and positive action. As you do this, you'll both build and safeguard your own positive outlook and help others gain a positive point of view. You'll become a leader in each of your relational contexts, and you'll help yourself by helping others. You may be thinking, me? A leader? No way. Believe me, I understand how intimidating that may sound. Let me assure you that you can indeed influence the people around you, and that's really what it means to be a leader. As my good friend John C. Maxwell has said, you don't have to be in a high-profile occupation to be a person of influence. In fact, if your life in any way connects with other people, you are an influencer. In this chapter, you'll learn how to influence people around you to think, speak, and act positively. When we're finished, you'll have simple, practical strategies for handling the negative situations and people in your life, even those who seem to drain the positive energy from you by their very presence. Your positive attitude will be like the fragrance of a fine perfume. It will enter the room before you, subtly lifting the spirits of those you encounter. Leverage the helper principle. Do you remember the helper principle? We learned about this in Chapter 10. This concept has been documented by a variety of studies. Simply put, the helper principle is that helping other people is essential to helping oneself. So when you help other people overcome their problems, whatever they may be, you gain something in the process. This is part of the genius behind the many 12-step recovery programs. When one person helps another, they both take a step forward. Personally, I've experienced this many times in my speaking and teaching. I've always found it a bit intimidating to speak on a subject I previously had little experience with. That's where the helper principle came into play. By explaining a concept to someone else, I find that I always understand it better myself. There's something about the process of leading another person to grow, overcome a hurdle, or make a life change that instills that same change or discovery in you. When you help others grow, you grow too. You can leverage the helper principle in your quest to transform your attitude. As you look for opportunities to help others overcome their negative attitudes and habits, you'll find something magical happening. You'll become more motivated, more inspired, and more positive in the process. Right now, you may be thinking, wait a minute, I'm the one who needs help with my attitude. That may be true, but by leading others in positive ways, you will actually boost your own growth even more than theirs. Though you may have trouble envisioning it at this moment, you'll become known as the most positive person in the room. To solidify your own positive outlook, help others to rise above negative thinking. There's nothing else like it for boosting your own outlook. You can do that by applying the techniques I'll show you in the remainder of this chapter. Develop a positivity bias. On the afternoon of September 11, 2001, in the immediate aftermath of the attacks on the World Trade Center, Mayor Giuliani and Governor George Pataki held a news conference at the New York City Police Academy on 28th Avenue in Queens. When a reporter asked how many people had been killed in the collapse of the Twin Towers, Giuliani said, "I don't think we want to speculate on the number of casualties. The effort now has to be to save as many people as possible." With the events of 9/11 still unfolding and debris from the fallen towers choking the streets of Manhattan, Giuliani was able to do something truly extraordinary: focus on the positive. Rather than railing against the terrorist or even lamenting the terrible damage inflicted, he lifted people's sights to see something else: the possibility of saving lives. By 10 o'clock that night, so many volunteers had shown up to help at Ground Zero that no more could be accepted. What Giuliani did in that moment was great leadership, and in hindsight, it seems like the obvious thing to do. Most of us, however, when faced with negative circumstances, focus on the negative. In fact, a great many people focus on the negative when faced with positive circumstances. Researchers actually have a name for this phenomenon. It's called negativity bias. There's something about human nature that predisposes us to find the flaws, dwell on the problems, and spin things in a negative direction. You've probably seen negativity bias in action, either in yourself or in those around you. One problem with negativity bias is that it gets the ball rolling in the wrong direction. Negative thoughts lead to negative speech, negative actions, and ultimately negative choices. Mayor Giuliani nipped that in the bud by focusing on the positive possibility of saving lives. He began a positive chain of events. Positive psychologist Catherine D. Kramer said this: "When a leader is caught up in negativity bias and is blind to the assets and advantages inherent in a stressful situation, it can trigger a downward spiral. But if, like Giuliani, a leader can see the downsides and the upsides of a traumatic event, danger can be thwarted and progress made." To lead others and yourself in a positive outlook, develop a positivity bias. Look for the positive in every situation, no matter how bleak. This isn't merely wishful thinking or ignoring the facts. A positivity bias is a determination to see possibilities where other people see only problems. A positivity bias will lead you to ask how to accomplish something, not whether it can be done. It will cause you to focus on enjoying your last day of vacation rather than being sad that 6 have already slipped away. It will drive you to ask questions like these when you face failure or discouraging circumstances. What new opportunities does this make possible? How can we leverage this downturn to our advantage? What can we learn from this setback? Who can I learn from in this situation? What can I do differently next time? You're going to face negative events, circumstances, and people nearly every day. If you can learn to respond to them by looking for the positive, not the negative, you'll strengthen your own attitude and help those around you lift their sights, refresh their spirits, and reach for something better. Develop a positivity bias. It will make you the leader in every room you're in. Encourage others. I've never met a person who didn't like encouragement. In fact, most people thrive on it. I learned a long time ago that everyone who works for me is a volunteer because they all have the option of working elsewhere. What makes employees loyal isn't money or perks. It's the positive relationships and opportunities they receive. When you encourage others, you lift their spirits, help them avoid a negative focus, and establish yourself as a positive leader wherever you are. Encouragement has great power. If you reflect for a few moments on your own life, you'll probably identify a handful of people who've had a profound effect on you. Odds are good that those people influenced you with encouragement. You may be thinking of the band instructor who said you had talent, or the coach who made you believe you could make the first team. Perhaps it was a pastor, or mentor, or parent who affirmed you after a particularly difficult setback or failure. Those encouragers set the tone and course for our lives. They help us believe the best about ourselves and see the best for our future. And you can be that encourager for someone else, at work, at school, in the gym, and above all, at home. Be the person who says, "Way to go," or "You can do it," or "I believe in you." Those words may seem small, but they'll be magnified 1,000 times in the mind of a person who struggles with a negative self-image or negative thoughts. Encouraging others is easy to do. Perhaps this doesn't come as naturally to you as you would like, but offering encouragement is simple and can be learned by anyone. Here are some tips to get you started. Encourage those who are trying something difficult by saying, "I know you can do it." Encourage those who suffered loss by saying, "I'm sorry." Encourage those who faced a setback by saying, "I believe in you." Encourage those who are stressed or tired by saying, "Tomorrow is another opportunity." Encourage those who are afraid by saying, "We're with you." Encourage those who feel like quitting by saying, "You're almost there." Look for opportunities to encourage people every day. Don't wait for a crisis or calamity. Catch people doing something right, affirm them for who they are, and let them know they're valued. There's just one caveat to keep in mind. Always be sincere. Never give false praise. People can sense when they're being patronized. If your encouragement isn't genuine, it will have the opposite effect from what you intend. Celebrate and say thank you. One of the most dangerous forms of negative outlook is the attitude of entitlement, which leads people to think they deserve every good thing they receive and much more. An attitude of entitlement puts tension into any relationship. When a husband believes his wife owes him affection and sacrifice, it puts a chill on their relationship. When an employee constantly believes she's worth more than she's being paid, her negative attitude will infect every aspect of her work. You can break the attitude of entitlement in those around you by practicing 2 simple acts: celebration and thanks. Bring the attitude of gratitude into your relationships by celebrating what's good and saying thanks for everything you receive. Celebrate at every opportunity. Celebrate good things every chance you get. Celebrate birthdays, work anniversaries, project completions, report cards, holidays, or any achievement, no matter how small. The celebrations don't have to be lavish. Make them in keeping with the event it commemorates. The important thing is to frequently let people around you know that you notice what they're doing, and you value who they are and the contributions they make. Celebrations have 3 benefits in leading others toward a positive outlook. First, they lighten the mood. Everybody feels better when there's a celebration, even a small one. It's hard to keep a negative outlook when everyone around you is happy. Second, celebrations affirm others. This takes the focus off you for a while and helps to break your own sense of entitlement. It's hard to be self-focused when you're praising someone else. Third, celebrations model the positive outlook that you hope others will adopt. When they see you directing attention away from yourself and toward others, they'll be more likely to follow suit. You create a culture of generosity toward others, and that's certain to break the entitlement attitude. Say thanks for everything. The second way to attack the attitude of entitlement in others is to say thank you whenever possible. Say thanks for everything you can think of, and I mean everything. Thank the server for bringing your meal at a restaurant, even though it's his job. Thank your employer for your paycheck, even if you think it's less than what you deserve. Thank your spouse for doing housework, even though it's partly their responsibility. Thank the policeman who gives you a citation for speeding. It may have saved your life. Hand out thank yous like Halloween candy. Everybody gets some. When you're generous with giving thanks, you break the culture of entitlement and replace it with a culture of gratitude. You model a positive outlook for others. You demonstrate humility, and you lift the spirits of those around you. Saying thank you is an incredibly simple, easy thing to do, and it has profound effects on a home, a workplace, or any relational context you find yourself in. Check negative speech. If you're going to live in the world, you're going to encounter negative people, negative thinking, negative speech, and negative actions. You can't avoid that, but you can put some limits on it, especially negative speech. You can't control what anyone else thinks, but in most places where you're in contact with people, you influence what they say around you. Not entirely, of course, but it's possible to put some checks on negative speech uttered in your presence. When I speak of checking negative speech, I don't mean putting a check mark by it as by an item on a list. I'm borrowing a term from ice hockey, where a check is a defensive move aimed at disrupting an opponent who has the puck or separating him from it entirely. There are various types of checks in hockey. There's the body check, where the defender drives his shoulder into the opponent to push him off the puck. And there's the hip check, in which a skater drops to a crouch and swings his hips toward the opponent, knocking him off balance. There are 11 types of checks in all, each designed to stop the opponent from holding or obtaining the puck. All of them include a bit of aggression, but they're all legal when done properly. You can check negative speech using a variety of techniques that all have the same aim: stop others from voicing their negative attitude around you and others, and turn the conversation toward the positive. Here are the major types of speech checks you can use. Each requires a tiny bit of confrontation, but they're all perfectly acceptable when done with grace and tact. Call it. The first technique in countering negative speech in others is calling it out, putting a label on what's being said. You can do that simply by labeling the speech for what it is, then adding, "I don't think we should do that." Here are some examples. "I think we're drifting into gossip here, and I don't think we should do that." "Complaining about the boss won't really solve our problems, so let's move on." "Repeating rumors only makes people worry. Let's leave it alone." "I don't want to become a naysayer. Let's explore the idea further before we decide." When you identify negative speech for what it is, it's likely that the other party will stop or alter their tone. There's no need to be critical, judgmental, or self-righteous. Simply say, "That sounds negative, and I think we should talk about something else." Counter it. One of the best ways to stop negative speech in its tracks is to counter it with something positive. When you hear complaining, naysaying, or gossip, simply respond with an alternative, a more positive view. When you hear someone insult or disparage someone who isn't present, say something positive about that person. If others start to complain, put your positivity bias to work by pointing out fresh possibilities. If others are naysaying or talking down an idea without giving it a fair hearing, say why you think it just might work. A small fire won't turn into a blaze if you pour some water on it. And negative speech will not flower when you smother it with praise and possibilities. Leave it. Sometimes the best way to check negative speech is to leave the presence of the speaker. Some people love to gossip or complain, and there's simply no stopping them. You can't turn a dyed-in-the-wool naysayer into a Pollyanna overnight. There are occasions when you simply have to excuse yourself and leave the room in order to stem the tide of negative talk. It may seem rude, but it's worth it. Listening to a steady stream of complaints for 15 minutes will drain your positive energy quicker than a day of hard labor. If you cannot prevent a negative conversation from harming others, you can at least check its effect upon yourself. Don't listen to the frogs. I love the story about a group of frogs that were hopping along through the woods when two of them fell into a pit. The other frogs saw how deep the pit was, and they realized there was no hope. They told the two frogs in the pit that they were as good as dead. The two frogs in the pit were positive thinkers, though, so they ignored the naysayers and tried to jump out anyway. The frogs up above kept shouting for the other two to quit jumping and accept their fate. After a while, one of the frogs became so discouraged by all the negative talk that he finally lost hope. He quit jumping, slumped down, and died. The second frog didn't. He kept jumping, seemingly undeterred by the waves of negativity being showered down upon him. He continued jumping with all his might. The negative crowd renewed their efforts, yelling even louder for him to stop the foolish jumping and to give up and die. He kept at it, though, jumping a little higher with each attempt. Finally, he made it out. When he got out, the other frogs said, "Why did you keep jumping? Couldn't you hear us?" It took a few moments for the successful frog to figure out what they were saying. Then he responded, "I'm deaf. All this time, I thought you were encouraging me." You're going to encounter plenty of frogs on your journey to attitude transformation. There will be many people who feel intimidated or even threatened by your change to a positive attitude. Remember that misery loves company, and people who are steeped in negative thinking always want someone to join them in complaining, in feeling helpless or entitled, or in trudging along in a negative lifestyle that leads to misery. Some of them may be close to you, members of your family, co-workers, or trusted friends. Don't listen to them. Don't for one moment believe that you cannot succeed, that you'll never rise above your negative circumstances, that your life cannot change, that you're stuck with a negative outlook forever. Here's the truth. You can change. You can become a positive person. You cannot choose what happens to you in life, but you can always choose your response to it. You can make the decision to have a positive outlook. And when you support that with positive changes to your lifestyle, in your thoughts, daily habits, and relationships, you will become a positive, forward-thinking, optimistic, successful person. You can. On January 12, 2010, a massive earthquake with a magnitude of 7.0 struck the impoverished island nation of Haiti. At least 52 aftershocks were subsequently recorded. Originating near the town of Léogâne, just 16 miles southwest of the capital city, Port-au-Prince, the quake affected the most densely populated region of the country. Some 3 million people were affected by the quake, which left tens of thousands of buildings in ruins and an estimated 160,000 people dead. Thankfully, many governments, churches, and other organizations rallied to supply aid to Haiti. The following year, I was dispatched as a representative of my denomination to assess the relief and rebuilding efforts. Though the quake damage was still very much in evidence, I was heartened to find winsome, energetic people in Haiti who were eagerly rebuilding their country and their lives. I met with leader after leader who embodied the 7 critical choices that produce a positive outlook. They were hopeful, humble, and very generous people who'd clearly chosen to joyfully persevere through horrific tragedy. As I boarded the flight that would take me from Port-au-Prince to Orlando, I reflected on the positive outlook and energetic spirit of the Haitian people. It happened to be a Monday, and as I glanced at my watch, I remembered Dad's uplifting words and positive attitude after losing our home to fire. I knew Dad would have had a lot in common with the Haitian leaders I'd met. I could almost hear him saying, "Just believe, Stan. Everything will work out for the best." A couple of hours later, we had touched down in Orlando, and I was making my way to the hotel when my cell phone rang. My friend Dan Cook called me to update me on some news regarding a mutual friend named Steve who had been battling cancer. Steve had taken a turn for the worse and been admitted to the hospital. He wasn't expected to live through the weekend. "I know you've been friends for a long time," Dan said. "I just wanted you to know." I thanked Dan and immediately called Steve's cell phone. No one answered, which didn't surprise me, so I left a message of love and appreciation for my dear friend and quoted words of Jesus that I thought would be a special encouragement. "Don't let your hearts be troubled. Trust in God and trust also in me. Trust in God and trust also in me. There is more than enough room in my Father's home. If this were not so, would I have told you that I'm going to prepare a place for you? When everything is ready, I will come and get you, so that you will always be with me where I am." I closed the call by saying that I would be praying for him. A gentle rain had started to fall, so I picked up my pace as I walked toward the hotel. My phone rang again, and to my surprise, it was Steve calling me back. I asked how he was doing, and he said, "They tell me that I may not live another 24 hours, but I'm at peace." He continued by saying his family was with him as well as his pastor. "I've had a great life," he told me, "and I'm ready for heaven." We chatted for a few more moments, and Steve told me how much he appreciated my friendship over the years, and I expressed my appreciation for him and his friendship as well as my great admiration for his strong and confident faith. Then Steve said, "Well, Stan, time to say goodbye. But before I go, is there anyone you would like for me to say hello to in heaven?" Steve's question stopped me in my tracks. I glanced again at the battered old Timex on my wrist. It was nearly 6 p.m., the time Dad usually got home from the mine, his tired face streaked with coal dust. With tears streaming down my cheeks, I managed to choke out a reply to my dear friend. "If you happen to meet William Aaron Toler when you step inside heaven's gates, would you say hello for me? And tell him that all 3 of his sons are doing well. We're all ministers and all grateful for the gifts he gave us." "I'll tell him," Steve replied. Less than 24 hours later, Steve passed away, and I have no doubt he delivered the message. I stood for several minutes in that rainy parking lot, unable to leave, wiping tears from my eyes. I felt a tinge of sadness as I remembered Dad's untimely death, but my tears flowed from my gratitude at having a wonderful father who had given me so much in such a short time. Just believe, Stan. Everything will work out for the best. I've lived by those words and found them to be true every time. In the many years since Dad passed away, I've had the privilege of speaking to audiences on 6 continents, authoring over 100 books, raising 2 fine sons, and enjoying a standard of living that my dad couldn't have dreamed of. I've had my share of setbacks, but I never dwell on them. The future is always brighter and more powerful than the past. You may be struggling to make positive changes in your life right now. Perhaps you faced a tragic experience, or even a series of them. You wonder how life could possibly be good, let alone get better. Believe me, I understand. And I want to encourage you. The greatest gift you can give yourself is the gift my Father gave me: a positive attitude. Choose to believe in the future. Choose to think positive thoughts, make positive choices, and form strong, life-affirming habits. No one can control what happens to them, but we each have the power to choose our response in any situation. You have the power to decide, so make the choices that will forever shape your life for good. Believe it will all work out. Choose hope. Don't take yourself too seriously. Choose humility. Count your blessings. Choose gratitude. Give more than you take. Choose generosity. Be kind to everyone you meet. Choose compassion. Celebrate life. Choose joy. Keep going no matter what. Choose perseverance. You can do this. I know you can, and I believe in you. The words my dad gave to me, I now pass on to you. Just believe. Everything will work out for the best. Keep going, and you'll see for yourself. All things really are possible for those who believe. This is Kevin Charles. We hope you've enjoyed The Power of Your Attitude. Text copyright 2016, Stan Toler. This audiobook is recorded by arrangement with Harvest House. Audio production copyright 2021 by Scribd Audio. This program was produced by B Audio Limited. Executive producer Jennifer Stoke.